Good evening, everybody. It's Tuesday, February 15, 2022. My name is Vincent Salimi. I'm the mayor of the city of Pinole, and I call to order the regular city council meeting. Would you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance in honor of the U.S. military troops? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. Item number 2 on the agenda will be the land acknowledgement. Before we begin, we would like to acknowledge the Ohlone people who are the traditional custodians of this land. We pay our respects to the Ohlone elders, past, present, and future, who call this place Ohlone land, the land that Pinole sits upon, the land. We are proud to continue the tradition of coming together and growing as a community. We thank the Ohlone community for their stewardship and support, and we look forward to strengthening our ties as we continue our relationship of mutual respect and understanding. Item number 3, roll call, city clerk report and statement of conflict. Good evening, Madam City Clerk. How are you?
Good evening, Mayor. I'm fine, thank you. How are you?
I'm doing great, thank you. Can you please have the roll call, please?
Yes, thank you. Mayor Salimi?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy?
Here.
Councilmember Tave?
Here.
Councilmember Toms? Here. Councilmember Martinez Rubin?
Here.
City Manager Murray?
Here.
City Attorney Kasher?
Here.
Mayor and Council, the agenda was posted on Thursday, February 10th at 4 p.m. with all legally required notices. Written comments were received in advance of the meeting and were distributed to the council and posted on the city website. Does the council have any conflicts to report on our agenda items this evening? I do have a couple of announcements. I'd like to announce that we are implementing some new procedures based on the update that the council approved at the last meeting. You'll notice that we have 2 citizens to be heard forums listed as item 6 and then continued as item 13 at the end of the meeting. The second citizens to be heard forum is a new addition that is meant to allow anyone who didn't have the opportunity to speak during the first citizens to be heard period the opportunity to do so. Members of the public have up to 3 minutes during one of those items to speak on topics that are not listed on the agenda. You'll also notice that we have moved the report section up to closer to the beginning of the meeting, much earlier than its former placement at the end. And lastly, we will begin allowing anyone who is participating via Zoom to provide public comment to enable their camera if they wish, once they are called upon by the Deputy City Clerk to speak. Please be sure to state your name, city of residence, and confirm the item that you are speaking about. That concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. Then we'll move on to item number 4, which is convening to a closed session. Tonight, we will have a conference with labor negotiators. The employees will be the unrepresented managers, and we'll be talking about the management compensation plan. Madam City Clerk, do we have any public comments on that item, please?
Good evening, Mayor. At this time, we do not have any public comments.
Good evening, ma'am. Thank you very much. It's 5:05, and we will reconvene at 6 p.m. We'll see you shortly. Thank you.
You are broadcasting.
Good evening, everybody. It's Tuesday, February 15, 2022, and you are watching the Pinole City Council meeting, and we are reconvening in open session to announce the result of the closed session meeting. We do not have any reportable action at this moment. We'll move on to item number 6 on the agenda, which is citizen to be heard. Good evening, Madam City Clerk. Can you please let us know if you have any citizen who wish to talk tonight, and can you please restate the new procedures that we are implementing tonight? Thank you.
Yes, Mayor, we do have a few comments. We will start with David Brewport.
Thank you, so we will ask you to please state your name and talk about the subject of your conversation before you talk about it. Please go ahead.
Mr. Brewport, will you please state your name, city of residence, and the item that you wish to speak on?
I think we have some technical difficulties, and we'll be more than welcome to go back to Mr. Report in a few minutes. Do we have any other person besides Mr. Report who wishes to talk tonight?
Yes, Mayor. Next is Jeff Rubin.
Good evening, Mr. Rubin.
Mr. Rubin, in order for you to enable your camera. I have promoted you to panelist, but I see you've declined.
He is on the panel, just not unmuted.
Okay, I'm unmuting now. Are we on? Okay. I'm Jeff Rubin, president of the Pinole History Museum and Pinole Historical Society. I'm here to talk about the Faria House. The council is concerned about the return on investment the city would derive from spending $1 million on renovating the Faria House, and I get it. $1 million is a lot of money. Let's put that cost and its return on investment in perspective. The city spent $356,000 on a skate park, serves a very small segment of the community, and doesn't produce any revenue. The city spends close to $150,000 a year in an ongoing contract with the Contra Costa County Library to fund more hours per week at the Pinole Library, and this produces no revenue to the city. By 2025, the city will have spent more than $1 million on these two projects combined, neither of which produce revenue. The city funds the senior center, the youth center, the swimming pool, Pinole Community TV, among other facilities, and none of these produce revenue for the city. They do, however, provide a level of service to our residents that cannot be quantified in revenue production. The return on investment is a high quality of life for our city's residents that offers them social, educational, and recreational enjoyment. If you're looking for a return on investment, it's in these services. And that's exactly where the proposed Pinole History Museum fits into this quality of life equation. Pinole for Fair Government, the chief opponent of a museum in the Faria House, argues that if renovated, it should be used for a revenue-generating purpose. They suggest a cafe, coffee shop, restaurant, an event and wedding venue. There are 15 places to eat and drink in a half-mile stretch of San Pablo Avenue, with 2 more coming soon. Happy Ramen, China House, Sue's Place, Antlers, Tina's Place, The Bear Claw, Peach and Pastry Bakery, Nugan Korean Barbecue, Growler's Doghouse, Pinole Creek Cafe, Pear Street Bistro, King Valley, Sabor Latino 17, East Bay Coffee, and soon a restaurant in the former Blackie's and a cafe in the Bank of Pinole building. How many more do we need? I hope all of the council members and public read the article on the revenue museums generate for cities in the winter 2022 issue of the Historical Society newsletter. It's available online at pinolehistoricalsociety.org/newsletter.htm. A museum will serve the city better than another cafe, coffee shop, or restaurant.
Thank you, sir. Next citizen who wishes to talk, please.
And Mayor, this is City Clerk Bell. I just want to make an announcement for our public attendees this evening. Thank you for your patience, everyone. As we're trying a new procedure tonight, we are allowing the public to enable your video if you so choose while you make your public comment. When you have raised your hand during the topic that you wish to speak on, we will have to promote you to panelist in order for you to be able to enable your video. So when you receive a prompt via Zoom that says to accept that invitation, please do so that you can then enable your video if you wish to. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. Can we go back to Mr. Report, please?
Yes, just 1 second, Mayor.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Can you please state your name, city of residence, and the topic you wish to discuss?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. My name is Irma Report. I lived in Pinole for over 40 years, and the topic is citizens to be heard. I'm in the right place?
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, and public. From time to time, sometimes we have to remind each other that the council meetings are for the people and by the people, not for special interest groups or for self-serving people who choose to use their position for their own benefit. On the front page of the agenda meeting is a statement that I would like to read to you. The Ralph M. Brown Act, Government Code 54950. In enacting this chapter, the legislature finds and declares that the public commissions, boards and councils, and the other public agencies in this state exist to aid in the conduct of the people's business. It is the intent of the law that their action be taken openly, that their deliberation be conducted openly. The people of the state do not yield their sovereignty to the agencies which serve them. The people in delegating authority do not give their public servants a right to decide what is good for the people to know and what is not good for them to know. The people must insist on remaining informed so they may retain control over the instruments they have created. Mayor, I would like to encourage each and every one of you to keep your deliberations and comments to the agenda issue rather than personalizing all about me issues. It is about us, the taxpayers, people of Pinole. We have so much to do in this town and not enough time to do it all. Please focus on moving the city forward and do not waste any time or money or use it on useless projects. Mayor and council, let me just remind you, information has been out in the public about we're flush with money. We got all this money. What are we going to do with it? No, we don't go outside and burn it. What happens is the city has a lot of needs. Let's set up priorities. Let's put them on the table. Start numbering. I see that you've got some agenda budget issues tonight. I read them, most of them, and I think some of them are good ideas. However, prioritize what you've got to get done. We have 3 people that will be, their term will run out in November. Let's make sure that your time in office was well spent and forthright so that the people can say, we didn't lose time on useless projects and waste all this money on something that doesn't benefit all of us. So Mayor and Council, do the right thing. Do the right thing for the people of Pinole. It's time to move the city forward. And thank you, Mayor, for allowing me to speak. Thank you.
Mayor, there are no more public comments.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. If we don't have any other public comments, I will close item number 6. Citizen to be heard, and I will move on to item number 7, which is reports and communication, 7A. Mayor report and announcement. First of all, I would like to wish the happy Lunar Year to everybody here in the city of Pinole. We'll have a proclamation in a few minutes regarding that subject, and also happy Black History Month to everybody. I do have last Thursday, Council Member Mayor Pro Tem David Murphy and I were invited to go to celebrate the Lunar New Year in Shannon Elementary School. Christy Lam Julian invited us, and we joined the principal McDonald for a beautiful presentation of the students, as well as the Long White Crane Dragon and Lion Dance Association. And with us was school board trustee Jamila Smith-Foltz and county supervisor Joya. Thank you very much. That concludes my report, and I will move on to item 7B, which is mayoral and council appointments. We don't have any. Item C, city council committee report and communication. I will start with Mayor Pro Tem Murphy. Please go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. A couple of things that I just wanted the public to both be aware of and also calendar in. It's a busy week this next week and probably for the rest of the month. So I think these events are really great opportunities to stay connected with one another. First, I just want to remind folks that this Thursday at 7 p.m., we will have our MCE Clean Energy Board meeting. All of our minutes as well as our agendas are posted on the mcecleanenergy.org website. I'm also available directly to answer any questions about our agenda items. This is our first meeting of the month. So there are a number of agenda items that folks may want to be interested in. Again, all of that is available on the website at mcecleanenergy.org. And I look forward to seeing and hearing participants make public comment at that meeting as well, which is also a granted ability for everyone. I also want to say Thursday, like I mentioned, is a little bit of a busy day. The Contra Costa Library is hosting a community meeting and program surrounding Measure X, the sales tax that was approved by voters in 2020. There has been a lot of excitement around Measure X, particularly this council and what is our city's recent win with regards to funding coming from Measure X. But if you are still interested in learning more about the measure, how the funding is being used in the community and across Contra Costa County, this Thursday at County Library is hosting a forum and community meeting about it. So I would encourage residents to attend. I believe it is virtual, and you can find that information on Contra Costa County's website. Thirdly, I'd like to amplify the Pinole Valley High School Black History Jubilee celebration, which is happening this Saturday at February 19th at 1 p.m. I will post on my social media pages. This is a virtual event, and the way to gain access to viewing is via YouTube. So what I'll do is I'll post on my social media at Murphy4CCC. That's Murphy4 spelled out FORCCC. And I'll post that on social media, and folks can go and subscribe to the YouTube page for the students because all of the entire production is going to be online via YouTube. So if you're interested, that'll be this Saturday, February 19th at 1 p.m. And lastly, I was just going to make sure to make an announcement too that I will be hosting my monthly coffee chat this Sunday at 9 a.m. It is via Zoom. The way to sign up is via my website, www.murphyforpinole.com. And that's 9 a.m. this Sunday. I would love to see or hear from any residents and what you all would like to talk about. It's an open forum, so I look forward to seeing the community out. And that's all for me. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Murphy. I will turn on to Councilmember Tave.
Yes, good evening, everybody. Can you guys hear me okay?
Loud and clear.
Okay, so last Thursday, just want to update everybody on Recycle More with the board had its organizational change. Our neighbor, Councilmember Dan Romero, is now the chair succeeding Richmond's Councilmember Nat Bates. And the vice chair will be Councilmember Rutnick for El Cerrito. So we're looking forward to their leadership through this year. And, discussing recycling 1383, there's a lot of issues going around and a lot of changes that might be coming. So I'll be reporting out on that. And that was pretty much it. We did have our meeting, communications meeting, I want to say 2 weeks ago, the communications committee. So we're looking forward to bringing some more information back to you guys regarding some of the policy that we've been working on. So that's forthcoming. And that's all for me.
Okay. Thank you, Councilmember Tave. Councilmember Martinez-Ruben.
Thank you, Mayor Salini. Thank you. Yes, for starters, yes, happy Lunar Year, Year of the Tiger. I'm sorry that I missed the event at Shannon Elementary because the afternoon of February 10th had me chairing a statewide committee, Cal City's Revenue and Taxation Policy Committee. And a lot of exchange happened there with an audience of about 60 people, all representing different cities throughout California, interested in finding out how we can best work through the year to identify specific pieces of legislation that Cal Cities may support per our committee's recommendation. This committee, I believe, is interested and concerned to support legislation that has cross-cutting effects on interests of other cities that tend to be a bit more topical. So out of the committee meeting, Revenue and Taxation, two things that I want to point out, particular to us here locally, and as well for the public that's listening to this meeting, and that is one of be a ballot measure that is sponsored by a group calling itself the California Business Roundtable. And Cal Cities, among other groups, firefighters, AFSCME California, Special Districts Association, consider this ballot measure that's sponsored by the California Business Roundtable as something that would be detrimental to local cities. Specifically, this measure would create major new loopholes that allow wealthy corporations to avoid paying their fair share for the impacts they have on our communities, while also allowing corporations to evade enforcement when they violate environmental, health, safety, and other state and local laws. It would also significantly restrict the ability of local voters, local governments, and state elected officials to fund critical services like public schools, fire and emergency response, public health, parks, libraries, affordable housing, homeless and mental health services, and public infrastructure. A lot of the issues that many of us are interested in having funding for and support in our respective cities, and I know of interest to the public. So please be on the lookout for any information about this particular ballot. Again, it is sponsored by the California Business Roundtable. So just be aware of what it is that you sign. Sometimes the language on ballot initiatives, especially when there are people who are paid to collect signatures, don't necessarily provide the most forthright information about the implications of the measure that could be passed if voters are uninformed about what those measures represent. The other matter before the Revenue and Taxation Committee that's going to be discussed through the year is the redistribution of money, tax revenue that is obtained within different counties that stems from online purchases. And so last fall, I believe you all supported that I, as your delegate at Cal Cities, vote in favor of having that committee present a resolution that would have the entire Cal Cities Assembly support one way or another legislation related to that redistribution of online sales taxes. The result was that our committee is going to be working alongside the city managers, a city managers sales tax work group that will be forming to study what implications there are, and hopefully will arrive at a compromise resolution that will be presented before the Revenue and Taxation Committee that would reflect that the effects of that redistribution would be more fair or fairer than what they currently are, which means that right now much of the revenue that's generated from online sales does not go back to where the items were purchased, and that affects us locally. So that's about having participated in the Revenue and Taxation Policy Committee. The other meeting that I attended that same date on February 10th was in the evening. Locally, the WestCat board met, and there expect to hear a bit more as to what will be happening with regard to funding that ordinarily is available to help our WestCat agency fund the connector service between our city and the BART stations. So as you are aware, many years ago, and through now, we have not had any BART extensions that service our area. In lieu of that, or instead of that, funding from BART was allocated to the agencies, local agencies like WestCat, to have the buses that take the public from Pinole to El Cerrito del Norte, for example. And at this point, there has been some stalling as far as the funding that would be available, at least a portion of that, most immediately, and there might be implications on the services that we now have. So stay tuned, and I'll try to get more. And as well, Councilmember Tom's being part of the WestCat board will also have her eyes and ears open for what might learn more as the months proceed. Thank you very much. Stay safe, and that's it for now.
Thank you, Councilmember Martinez-Ruben. Councilmember Thomas, good evening.
Yes, good evening. Thank you. I have a number of reports, and I'll start with the East Bay Wildfire JPA meeting that was held on the 4th of February. We received a presentation from the Marin County Joint Powers Authority, and we moved our group into having a subcommittee, a smaller group of both fire professionals and electeds. I believe it's 4 electeds and 6 fire personnel to discuss more in depth the Joint Powers Authority proposal. And I will be on that subcommittee. We'll be meeting next week. On last Thursday, I attended the Chamber of Commerce State of the City breakfast, and our city manager did an excellent job on recapping some of the initiatives in the city of Pinole. We also heard from the city of Hercules and the community of Rodeo from Supervisor Glover's office. So it was a very good gathering, and then later that evening, again, Councilmember Martinez-Ruben spoke about Westcat. I do have a notation that, the proposal from BART is to withhold 50% of the revenue to the local providers for bus service, between the cities and BART. So that could be a real problem with cash flow to our small bus services. On Friday, I attended the Cal Cities Housing, Community and Economic Development Policy Committee. It was a good meeting, first one of the year, where we discussed moving not only a reaction to a lot of the housing bills that we had last year that we were reviewing, to again monitor the housing bills for this year, but also economic development bills, which would be really important. That's part of our charge. So we'll be taking a look at that. There was a lot of discussion on, the Bay Area is in the housing element cycle, and some comments about the fact that cities need to, plan for the housing that is, that their numbers have been handed down from the regional government, in our case, ABAG, versus, sort of the one-size-fits-all legislation that, has passed last year, which doesn't necessarily provide affordable housing. So, there's a lot of discussion in that area. And I think that wraps it up. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Thoms. That concludes item 7C. Then I will move on to item 7D, council requests for future agenda items. Mayor Pro Tem Murphy.
Sorry, I was having some trouble with my mute button. Yeah, definitely wanted to talk through a couple of things. Number one, I was hoping that we would have a future agenda item with regards to, I do know that there's some new laws that have been implemented around housing. I just wanted to make sure that we were both conversing with the community about this, but also with each other. Specifically SB 9, I know Senate Bill 9, which was a bill we had talked about a little last year, is now into law. So I just wanted to make sure we chatted through that in another meeting.
A request on an update on SB 9, correct? That's what we asked.
Well, what our city is doing around, the compliance with the new law.
Yes, so Councilmember Murphy, anybody in favor of that report? I am in favor. Councilmember Tave is in favor. That makes at least 3 of us. Let's move on. What is your next item? That's it? Okay, thank you, sir. Councilmember Tave.
No new agenda items.
Thank you. Councilmember Martinez Rubin?
None.
Thank you. Councilmember Thoms?
No, none.
Excellent. I don't have any item tonight. Let's move on to item number 7E, City Manager Report and Department Staff Report. Good evening, Mr. City Manager Murray.
Good evening. Thank you. Briefly, just wanted to report out on two memos, informational memos that city staff sent to the city council. One was regarding some new road maintenance equipment that the city purchased over the last couple of years and how that's been put into use to be able to address some of our road conditions more quickly and also at lower cost than if we were to hire contractors to do that work. We also provided the city council with an update on the Parks Master Plan. In brief, that's slated for action next fiscal year, although we are hoping to hire a contractor to lead that process later this fiscal year. And want to provide a quick preview of agenda items for our next council meeting. We'll have a proclamation recognizing Nowruz, a proclamation recognizing our retired Assistant City Manager Hector De La Rosa, presentation by the District Attorney, Beckton, presentation by the Workforce Development Board of Contra Costa County, a discussion of where things stand with our building permit application and processing. We have experienced a bumper crop of applications, as of many other cities during COVID, and we've recently instituted a number of improvements to our process that will hopefully speed up our permit processing. We will have a item regarding disposition of some surplus equipment from Public Works, and also a presentation on the San Pablo Bridge replacement project. So those are some of the things that we're expecting will be on the next council agenda. And that's all I have tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager Murray. Exciting upcoming meetings next 2 weeks. Item number 7F. Good evening, Mr. City Attorney Casher. How are you?
I'm well, Mr. Mayor, thank you. Just a brief update. At the last City Council meeting, the City Council directed staff to convene a closed session for the discussion of the Faria House. There are limited purposes that the City Council can meet in closed session, one of which is to conduct a real property negotiation. One of the requirements for that convening of a closed session is the noticing of the negotiating parties. So that requires that we have an offer in hand for the property or some interested party that we are negotiating with. Because there's that requirement under the Brown Act, we currently don't have any offers for the Faria House and any interested parties for the disposition and discussion of disposition of that property. So I've informed the City Council of that. So we don't have any immediate plans to convene a closed session to discuss the Faria House. Those circumstances may change, and there may be changing circumstances that would allow for that to be the case. But currently, we have no immediate plans to conduct that closed session. I provided that update to the City Council, but I know that there's interest within the public as well. So I wanted to also provide that update for the benefit of the public, and so that that information was out there and available to them as well. That concludes my report.
Thank you, City Attorney Casher. That concludes item 7, and I would ask to the City Clerk if we do have any comments from the public regarding the item 7 here on the agenda.
Yes, Mayor, we do have several virtual hands raised.
Excellent. Thank you.
Okay, we will start with Martin Eystone.
Good evening, sir. Please state your name and please state the item of topic that you would like to discuss tonight.
Mr. Eystone, we will come back to you. We will go ahead with Rafael Menace. Mr. Menace, please state your name, city of residence, and the topic you wish to discuss.
Greetings, Mayor, Council staff, and members of the public. My name is Rafael Menes. I am a resident of Pinole, and I'm speaking for item 7 with questions regarding item 7C. I noticed that Councilmember Martinez-Rubin and Councilmember Toms mentioned that Bart was discussing withholding half of the revenue for funding connector costs that it ordinarily pays to WestCat. And I was curious if either of them could provide more information on what basis Bart was providing for this withholding, especially given that in the past there were other projects where Bart and various other public agencies said, oh, we'll fund these things, and then the recession happened and the funding for those things was canceled, and so the funding for the connectors was already a fallback from a previous agreement. Thank you.
You want me to address that now or address it after public comments?
Go ahead, please, Councilmember Toms.
Okay. Our general manager for WestCat was notified the day of our meeting from MTC staff and CCTA staff, that's Contra Costa Transportation Authority staff, that Bart was proposing that while they're negotiating the agreement with the bus providers, that until they have that agreement, that they would want, they're proposing to withhold 50% of the revenue for that service. And the board members are concerned both for the cash flow purposes and whether or not there's an incentive to move towards coming to an agreement quickly. So it was a notice that, it was just that the general manager was just notified about on Thursday, and he is following up with the parties involved. So I hope that answers your question.
Thank you, Councilmember Toms. Councilmember Martinez-Rubin, would you like to add something?
I'll just add, emphasize that even the city manager wanted to learn more about the basis, which was, I think, the crux of the question. And he has counterparts, other city managers and other small operators that were concerned about the way they were notified. So there were questions about the process, and certainly the why of Bart's suggestion was in question as well. So we'll be discovering more and hearing more from General Manager Anderson of WestCat, and we'll inform the public as best as we can, and or also inform the public if you are concerned about this, and I think there is legitimate concern about this because of how a cut in funding, even if it's deferred, affects current services, that there is a way to communicate that concern as well to General Manager Anderson. I'm sure he would appreciate hearing directly from the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Martinez-Rubin. That concludes item number 7. I will move on to item number 8, which is recognition.
Mr. Mayor, there are still a few more public comments.
I do apologize. I thought there was only 2 comments. Okay, we have additional comments. Go ahead, please.
Yes, I wanted to go back to Martin Eyestone. Mr. Eyestone, can you please state your full name, city of residence, and topic you wish to discuss? Mr. Eyestone, are you able to unmute yourself?
Okay. Yeah, I did unmute myself. Okay. I'm sorry. This doesn't work like I've used this a million times. Anyway, okay, the city forced me. I was in the process of getting contractors to cut down the tree in my yard, and the city came and forced me to have another company come in and cut the tree down at a much higher rate. I was also given a bill of all kinds of payments There was a car in the driveway or.
Mr. Eiston, I do apologize. This is the mayor speaking, Vincent Salimi. I would like to ask you to state the topic upon which you would like to talk on the agenda on the reports that we are studying tonight.
I think Mr. Eiston's comments are regarding another agenda item, number 11A.
If it's the case, Mr. Eiston, I would invite you to come and talk about the subject from item 11A in a little bit, please.
Okay, I'm good with that.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your patience, and we'll come back to you.
Thank you, Mayor. We do have a couple more public comments. David Ruport.
Hi, can you hear me? This is Irma. I'm sorry, I'm using my husband's computer. This is Irma Rupert, and I would like to request a future agenda item. Last council meeting, mayor and council, the FERIA was on the agenda, and I commented about the FERIA being on the ballot. I would like an agendized for someone to come back with ballot information. How do we put it on the ballot? As you know, the FERIA issue has been very controversial, has hit a lot of relationships, hurt a lot of people, a lot of racial back and forth comments to each other. It's got to stop. Mayor and council.
I'm sorry, ma'am. I just want to clarify something. This is regarding to reports, and I think we are getting outside of the subject of conversation right now.
Future agenda items, Mayor. Can we request a ballot for the FERIA House for the taxpayers of Pinole? That's all I wanted to ask you.
Thank you. Your request has been heard.
Thank you,
ma'am.
Thank you.
Mayor, we do have one more caller. This telephone caller, last four numbers 5748.
Good evening.
Caller, are you able to unmute?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening. Can you please state your name, city of residence, and topic of you wish to discuss, please?
My name is Anthony, and I'm a longtime resident of the city of Pinole, over 45 plus years as a resident and taxpayer. I'd like to say that it's very confusing the way you started and running the meeting from the beginning to present. You mentioned something about the city clerk, or you were going to mention about all the different new rules.
I'm sorry, sir. This is about the new council procedures. These comments at this moment are related to the report that was just provided. If you comment, it's outside of this report, I would invite you to come back as citizen to be heard at the later moment.
Are you going to have another citizens to be heard session later?
Yes, sir. We'll have in the beginning and the end. Yes.
That wasn't announced. That wasn't announced at the beginning of the meeting either to the public. I do have two agenda items, so I want to take my 3 minutes. So please don't cut me off.
If you have agenda item to discuss, we'll discuss about it at a later time. This is comment on the report at this moment. If you don't have any comments on the report, and you have comments on the agenda, we can discuss about it at a later time.
I thought the public had the right to comment on every item on the agenda.
Not at this moment.
New agenda, so
okay. I will ask the next person, please, to talk.
Mayor, there are no more public comments.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. This concludes comment on reports. And just want to clarify, this is not public comments on the item not agendized, and this is not public comments on the topic agendized at this moment. It was public comments on reports and communications. Thank you. I will move on to item number 8, recognition, presentation, and community announcement, please. Tonight, I have the honor of doing a proclamation for the first time since the city of Pinole was incorporated 119 years ago. Tonight we'll be celebrating the Lunar New Year. And I would like to invite the entire council member of the city of Pinole City to read this proclamation with me, please. Lunar New Year, February 1st, 2022. Whereas different cultures celebrate a new year at various times as a way to look forward with joy and optimism, and whereas many ethnic communities use lunar-based calendars, and whereas Lunar New Year began in China more than 4,000 years ago and is widely celebrated in East and Southeast Asia, and
whereas Lunar New Year is the biggest holiday of the year in multiple Asian communities and celebrations span the globe, its importance is rooted deep in history and today remains the most important occasion for generations of families to reunite and spend time together. And whereas Lunar New Year begins on the second new moon following the winter solstice and the first day of the new year according to the lunar solar calendar and extends into the full moon 15 days later, and
whereas February 1st, 2022 marks the first day of Lunar New Year for calendar year 2022, and whereas this marks the end of the year of the ox and beginning of the year of the tiger, associated with strength, bravery, and exorcising evils. And
whereas the 15th day of the new year, according to the lunar solar calendar, is called the Lantern Festival, and whereas Lunar New Year is traditionally a time to wish upon others good fortune, health, prosperity, and happiness, and
whereas all cultures, traditions, and religions make up the city of Pinole, and as such make us stronger and more vibrant, and whereas the city of Pinole is proud to honor the history and contributions of Asian Americans in our community throughout our state and nation.
Now, therefore, I, Vincent Salimi, Mayor of the City of Pinole, County of Contra Costa, State of California, do hereby proclaim February 1st, 2022 as Lunar New Year in the City of Pinole. Congratulations. I believe tonight we have Miss Christy Lam-Julian to receive a proclamation. Miss Lam-Julian, good evening.
Hello?
Can you hear you loud and clear? We can see you. Good evening.
Hi. Good evening and Happy New Year, City Council members and community members. May blessings of health and prosperity find you and your loved ones this year and always. It is such an honor to accept this New Year proclamation on behalf of Asian Americans in Pinole. Thank you so very much, Mayor Slaney, Mayor Pro Tem Murphy, City Council Member Tate, City Council Member Toms, City Council Member Martinez Rubin, the City of Pinole, the staff of the City of Pinole, and community members, and all of the unsung hometown superheroes for all you do every day for us. And I would also like to thank Mari Perez, co-founder of Shannon Village. Mari and I started Shannon Village to address some missed opportunities to promote and engage our community in inclusion, unity, social equity, and to celebrate diversity. And we look forward to working with the city and community to continue the work of representation, inclusion, unity, and social equity. Thank you so very much for this opportunity.
That was beautifully said. It's hard to transition after you, Ms. Lam-Julian. I would like to ask any other council member who want to say something to please say it now. Mayor Pro Tem Murphy, please go ahead.
have to speak only because I am so still moved a week later from Miss Lamb Julian's contributions to the Shannon Elementary School Lunar New Year celebration. It was such an honor to join Mayor Salimi as well as Trustee Smith Folds, and really that celebration for me meant so much. As a kid, I actually grew up in San Francisco seeing Lunar New Year and hadn't seen a celebration in a long time around the Lunar New Year. So it was so beautiful to see that in our own community. And Miss Lamb Julian, I feel like you are incredibly humble because it was clear by the community of Shannon, including the principal, including all the students, that you are the parent, the advisor, the community advocate that those students need. And I really want to just thank you again for the invite, and also thank you for your work. I know that you do a lot in this community, and it is so important that we have folks like you, and we have you here, but also that other people know how important your contributions are. You said something to me, I don't know if you meant it, but I heard you say it, which I want to take a moment to say. When you said that the Lunar New Year celebration at Shannon was something that our community could potentially look to in the future, I absolutely think that's something that we should look to. And I want to take this opportunity to, of course, make those bridges to say maybe you can either speak to our city manager or maybe another member of our city staff in hopes that we can create something and replicate what you started at Shannon Elementary School somewhere else in the community for all folks to celebrate. And I know some of our council members wanted to attend, and they were probably working during the time trying to fight for transportation equity. So I think it would be such a great thing to look to moving forward around building that, the momentum you created. But I just want to thank you so much because that was such a moving an exciting time. I also want to let you know that I think myself and Mayor Salimi have our to-dos because the students were asking us questions and giving us directives about what we need to do and how we need to lead in our city. So just thank you so much, and happy Lunar New Year.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Beautifully said. Councilmember Martinez-Ruben, please go ahead.
Well, thank you, Christy, for the enthusiasm, newly injected enthusiasm at Shannon Elementary, having been there as part of a group of people wanting to bring in funding for its a rebuild. It's overdue, and we know that that's the case. But in the interim, to bring cultural fun events to that part of our Pinole community and widen the exposure of the multicultural lives that make up our city is wonderful, and it can't always be done by the teachers because of all they do. We know that. And so we know it's been a very exhausting year all around in education, notwithstanding, and no exception whatsoever. And I strongly believe that cultural events not only are fun, but are that cultural infusion and educational opportunity that I think is so important to foster a sense of belongingness in any city. And I would invite you to, as well, continue infusing that energy and enthusiasm and cultural awareness in our community, and work in tandem with our Pinole Historical Society, because these are the kinds of events that need to be documented as part of Pinole's history. And so thank you again, and I'm sorry that I missed you. I look forward to other events. I'm sure it won't be the last one.
Thank you, Councilmember Martinez-Ruben. Any other council members? I see none. Thank you again, and Happy New Year. It's a great honor.
Mayor, we do have a public comment.
I will turn it on to public comment, please. Go ahead.
Cordell Handler, please speak.
Sure.
Please, good evening, sir.
Good evening, Mayor Salimi, Council. My name is Cordell Handler, and I'm a Richmond resident. So thank you, Christy Lamb Julian, for that. I really learned a lot about Lunar New Year. So this is another thank you, they say in Cantonese. So Dojo Ma. That means thank you to the city of Pinole for the for this honor. So with that, I'll save my comments for when we get to the consent calendar. That's it.
Excellent. Thank you. Any other public comments?
No, Mayor, there are no more public comments.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. That concludes item number 8. Happy New Year. We don't have any presentations tonight. Item number 9, consent calendar. Tonight, we'll turn it to the council members and ask them if they wish to pull anything from the consent calendar, and then I would ask to the public if they have any questions. Council member, would you like to pull anything out from the consent calendar at this moment, please? I don't see any. Madam City Clerk, do we have any public comments on any item tonight?
Yes, Rafael Menace.
Thank you. Good evening. State your name, city of residence, and item you would like to pull, please. Or questions that you have.
Okay, so my name is Rafael Menace, I'm a resident of Pinole, and for the consent calendar, I have questions and comments regarding item E, the quarterly investment report, and item G, the quarterly report on implementation of the strategic plan. With regards to the quarterly investment report, I note that it notes again that the net yield from LAIF remains lower than long-term funds. But given that the several members of the Federal Reserve have stated their intent to increase the baseline interest rate repeatedly over the course of the year, does the city anticipate changes in revenue flows due to changes in the yield from the various investments due to potential future actions by the Federal Reserve's impact on the various markets that those investments are based in? And if so, is it taking any action or planning to take any action to address those? Secondly, with regards to 7G, I believe, I think it would be worthwhile for Strategy 3 on page 4 of that agenda item to change it to be ongoing rather than a single year, because the city is continuing to work on developing affordable housing projects over time, not just for 1 year. And I think that's a worthwhile point to reiterate in the city's strategy. And finally, I had a question with regards to Strategy 5, Public Engagement Plan. Until the public engagement plan is fully developed, does the city have sort of a point of contact for public communication? Like, I know that there's city manager's report that goes out every so often, but has there yet been formally defined sort of a social media role within the city's office or so on? Because I've heard questions from members of the community about whether there's somebody in the city whose job it is to handle outreach and how they're going through that process. And while I know that a lot of that is going to be addressed by Strategy 5, I'm curious if there's anything in place now, even before Strategy 5 is complete. And that's all. Thank you.
Next, we will go with Debbie. Debbie, please state your full name, city of residence, and the topic you wish to discuss.
Debbie Pinole, and this is item 7C. And I was just wondering if it should be voted upon in light that you have old business 11A regarding the same item.
We will address those questions after everybody's comments. Thank you. We'll get back there. Next person, please.
Cordell Hindler.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
So, good evening, Mayor Salimi, Council. My name is Cordell Hindler, and I'm a Richmond resident. So, on item set on 9A, the minutes from the February 1st meeting, I was a little concerned that that it took like about 6 hours for the whole meeting. So speaking as an individual who watches city council meetings go into like wee hours of the night, I feel that is a burden to city staff. So I feel that my recommendation is that they need to table the items for another meeting because of time constraints, one. And then also on 9G, the strategic plan. So I'm glad that we have a new HR director. So now, as I recall last time out, that I brought some ideas like, how to juggle the reorganization chart. So I've talked to other cities in West County and what consultants they have used to do this the reorganization plan. So the city of Pinole, they have used Bryce Consulting to do the class and comp study, and the city of Richmond, we have used Kaufman Associates to help us to do the positions like for executive management. So now that we have a new HR director in place, so hopefully she'll take on those ideas. All in all, I think that that City Manager Murray has done a terrific job with the strategic plan, and hopefully that it can be added. So because you want firms that can do to do the class and comp study. Those are the two that the other cities in West County will bring forward to you. So with that, I will turn it back over to you, Mayor Salimi, so the questions can be asked.
Thank you, Mr. Hindler. Madam City Clerk, do we have any other comments from the public, please?
Mayor, just doing one last check. There are no more public comments.
Thank you. Then I will ask the city staff to address Mrs. Long a question related to item 7C and 11A on the agenda if one is a duplicate of the other one. No, I'm sorry, I'm not a duplicate, but if item 11C and 11A talk about the same subject, I don't know who wants to address this, City Manager Murray or City Attorney Casher, please go ahead.
Through the chair, City Attorney Casher here, I'm happy to address that particular question. So those are two distinct and separate items. Item 9C is a continuation of the declaration of local emergency. It's essentially acknowledging the fact that we're still in the midst of a pandemic and we want to retain and maintain the flexibility to take actions that might be related to that particular local emergency. The item that appears later on in the agenda, I think it's item 11A, relates to the city's reliance on AB 361, which is a separate legislative matter where the governor has authorized the city to attend and participate and engage in teleconference meetings. So that will be a discussion for later on in the agenda. That's what we rely on to meet virtually and to kind of forego some of the requirements under the Brown Act, basically. So there are two different items, and we can have an approval of 9C, the continuation of the declaration of local emergency, and still take action on the later item, and they wouldn't be in conflict at all.
Thank you, City Attorney Casher. City Manager Murray, would you like to add anything?
No, that covers it from my perspective. Thank you, City Attorney Casher.
Thank you, both of you. Next item that we had questions was about item 7, correction 9E and 9G. Was a question related to the changes in the interest rate and how that will impact the changes in yield and or action that we might be taking. This question doesn't have to be answered tonight.
I'll ask the Finance Director, Guillory, if she has a response to that tonight, and I will answer the other two questions about the quarterly update on the strategic report.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. So I need to do a little bit more research on that. I don't have an answer right now at this moment, but I will get back to Mr. Menace.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
And then Mr. Menace had two questions about the quarterly update on the strategic plan. One of them was one of the strategies is to work to develop affordable housing, and that is in association with the strategic plan, we developed something called an implementation action plan, which has a schedule and some of the steps that are required to complete the strategies. It so happened that when we were going through the collaborative process of creating that implementation action plan, that strategy of working on collaborations to create more affordable housing was identified as a 1-year project. And that's just kind of an idiosyncrasy. We, of course, are going to continue to work on partnerships for affordable housing. We have a number of applications for new projects, development projects coming online that will need to have affordable housing as part of the city's inclusionary ordinance. But we're not updating the strategic plan strategies right now. To the other question, which is about communications and engagement, there are two parts to that. As Mr. Menes mentioned, we're in the process of developing a communication engagement plan. We're taking some steps to improve communication and engagement in the meantime before that plan is finalized. There is a city staff person who will be responsible for coordinating communication and engagement on a citywide basis. That's a staff person in the city manager's office. That position is currently vacant, but we'll begin recruiting for that sometime soon. So I think this spring we'll have hired the staff person, the assistant to the city manager, who's going to be responsible for that, among other things. Our 3 main communication channels right now, electronic communication channels, are the city's website, the biweekly administrative report, and the City Hall Facebook page. I encourage people to follow at least one of those. There are 3 different ways to share the most important piece of information. Members of the public can also contact me. I'm playing that citywide coordination role on communication and engagement right now. So if you have a question about citywide communication engagement, feel free to contact me. My information's on the website, of course. Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager Murray. Any other questions and comments? I don't see anything, so that will conclude item. Now we will go for a vote. I do apologize here. Can we, Councilmember, we'll turn it back to the council here. Councilmember David Murphy.
Yes, I first of all wanted to just make a comment and say I really am thankful for the report back, the quarterly reports on the strategic plan. I think they're always very helpful to just see the progress our city is making. And hopefully I would just encourage the public to continue to look at this and ask questions. These are quarterly reports, but we can totally talk about these at any point in our progress as we make it. And to that same light, I did want to just commend the community development staff, Director Wayland in particular, around the greenhouse gas inventory effort. This is the first time our city, to my understanding, is having this report, and this is also informing a lot about our climate action plan. So I'm just really, I was kind of taken back by how much reading there was this time, but I was kind of excited about it because it looks like we are making some great progress, especially as it relates to the work around climate action and our climate resiliency. So I'm just looking forward to more. And again, Mayor, I'm happy to move the approval of items 9A through 9H.
Excellent. Do we have a second? A second, please. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any oppositions? Any abstentions? It passes 5-0. Thank you. Next item.
Mayor, if I can just ask, I'm so sorry.
Please go ahead.
For the duration of the meeting, is it possible just to have our roll call votes? I think I just received some feedback from the public around our consensus vote. Is it possible just to do a roll call vote moving forward?
I do think, this is City Clerk Bell. Mayor, I agree. I think given the virtual format, I'd like to do a roll call if that's okay.
I understand. Roll call.
Thank you. Councilmember Martinez-Rubin?
Yes.
Councilmember Toms?
Yes.
Councilmember Tave?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy?
Yes.
Mayor Stellini?
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is item 10, public hearing. Tonight we have item 10A. Adopt a resolution of the city of Pinole confirming the cost of nuisance abatement at 2718 Silverado Drive and ordering a special assessment in the amount of $10,088.46 against the subject property to fully recover all abatement costs. And tonight we have Ms. Wallen, please go ahead. Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. I am Lily Whalen, your Community Development Director. I'm joined this evening by Justine Seide, who is our Code Enforcement Officer. The purpose of tonight's public hearing, and next slide please, is to review the city's incurred costs to remove dead and hazardous trees at a private property at 2718 Silverado Drive, to provide an opportunity for the property owner to provide input and objection to the costs, and then to confirm the report of abatement costs and to order a special assessment to fully recover the abatement costs at the property. A map showing the location of the subject property on Silverado Drive is shown on the screen. Next slide, please. First, by way of background, the Pinole Municipal Code Chapter 824 provides for certain categories of unlawful maintenance of property. In particular, neglecting to remediate dangerous or hazardous dead, decayed, or diseased trees, weeds, or other vegetation is in violation of the Municipal Code. The Municipal Code outlines a number of steps the city must take to resolve the violation. The first step is the issuance of a courtesy notice, asking for compliance within 14 days. If compliance is achieved with the courtesy notice, the case will be closed with a thank you to the property owner. If the property owner does not respond to the courtesy notice, staff will then issue a notice in order to abate the violation, and this allows for an additional 14 days to comply. Appeal rights, the ability to issue citations, and explanation of abatement procedures are provided to the property owner with this notice. If the property owner does not respond to the notice and order, citations may then be issued. Each citation allows for an additional 30 days for the owner to comply, and payment of a citation does not obviate the property owner from complying with the notice in order to abate. If citations are unsuccessful to gain compliance, the city may then issue an abatement warrant, which allows city employees and contractors onto the property to abate the violation. The full cost of the abatement, including a city attorney's fees, is then billed to the property owner. If abatement costs are not paid by the property owner, the council has the authority to fully recover costs that were incurred by placement of a special assessment against the property. Next slide, please. The code enforcement case I'm going to detail tonight went through all of the steps I just described over a 7-month period last year. In April of last year, the city received a complaint regarding 2 dangerous and dead trees at 2718 Silverado Drive. Staff then verified the violation and issued a courtesy notice. From May through October of last year, staff issued a notice in order to abate, and also first, second, third, and fourth citations, totaling $1,465. These citations were not paid and the violation was not resolved. Next slide, please. Finally, after many unsuccessful attempts to achieve property owner compliance, the city secured an abatement warrant and conducted the abatement work on November 30th of last year. This involved contracting with towing companies to move an inoperable vehicle in the side yard, which was impeding access to the work location. Then Hercules Tree Service performed the tree removal. The vehicle was towed back to the parking space when the work was completed. On December 15th, the city mailed an invoice to the property owner for the full costs of abatement, including staff time, attorney's fees, the tree removal, and the towing services. The invoice was not paid by the property owner. Next slide, please. An itemized report of abatement costs was duly provided to the property owner on February 3rd, along with a notice of the hearing tonight and how to voice objections to the report of costs. The total cost of abatement are $10,088.46, which are itemized on the slide here. The property owner did provide written correspondence to the council this afternoon, which has been provided to the council and posted online. Next slide, please. Staff recommends that the council ask any questions of staff regarding this report, then open up the hearing for public comments, including objections from the property owner. The council may then modify the report if desired. Staff then recommends that the council adopt the resolution confirming the cost of abatement and ordering a special assessment to be levied against the subject property to recover abatement costs. The special assessment will be collected at the same time and in the same manner as ordinary municipal taxes. And that concludes our staff report, and myself and Justine are available for any questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. I will turn it to the council. Councilmember Tay, please go ahead.
Yes, I have a question as to how the tree company contract was selected.
So I will answer that question. Our public works manager, Joe Bingham, contacted 3 different companies for bids, and we went with the cheapest bid that was provided to us, which was Hercules Tree Service.
Okay, thank you.
And Councilmember Martinez-Rubin?
Thank you. In the staff report, Director Wayland, it seemed that there was mention of all the notices that were provided from the city to the resident, and it seemed awfully one-sided. So I wanted to know if in the period from initial notice, courtesy notice, to the time when the trees were removed, was there communication from the resident to inform you about their plans? And this is what strikes me as odd, I think the report says there was no response, no action taken with all the notices given. Were there any phone calls, any emails, any communication whatsoever from the resident to the city staff?
Certainly, Councilmember Martinez-Rubin. I'll let Justine detail her communications with the property owner to the council.
I did communicate with Mr. Eystone over the phone, I believe on 2 separate occasions. Each time he contacted me, he stated that he would be reaching out to tree companies to come out and inspect the trees and get quotes from them. The last communication I had over the phone with him was a voicemail he left me in July stating that the previous tree company he spoke with fell through, and that he will be contacting other companies to receive quotes from. I contacted him on August 2nd, and left him a voicemail requesting an update to the situation, and I did not hear back from him after that.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Councilmember Thomas?
Yes, I have a couple of questions. Number one, on the list of staff costs to recoup, does that include any of the citation costs that were issued with the various violations? And then my second question is, if the special assessment is placed on the tax bill, is this something that would be due by the property owner in full, with their December 10th, 2022, or is it upon sale of the property? And those are my 2 questions.
Thank you, Councilmember Thomas. I can address both of those questions, and correct me if I'm wrong, Justine. So the first question regarding the citations, the answer is no. The citations are not included in the assessment and the itemized report. The municipal code is clear that only the abatement costs are allowed to be assessed as a special assessment to the property owner. The second question, it has just escaped me. I'm so sorry, Councilmember Thomas.
I think she's asking about lien. Is that going to be a lien, or is it going to be on the tax?
Yeah, and when it would be payable, if it's upon sale of the property or at the next fiscal year cycle property tax date.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for the reminder as well. So the recommendation from staff is that the amount be assessed as a special assessment, which would mean that it would be paid upon the next payment of municipal taxes. The council does have an option, if you would like, to place it as a lien, the abatement cost as a lien, and therefore the costs will be paid to the city when the property does sell or transfers.
Any other question, Councilmember Thomas? question for the city attorney. This is gonna, if we were to move forward and this is not paid, this is gonna be recorded as a resolution, correct? And not as a lien.
If it's not paid?
Yes.
So this would be recorded as a, if the council adopts the staff recommendation and issues a special assessment, this will be added to the essentially the property tax for this property. And so it will be handled and collected as property taxes would be collected, I guess, by the county. And so that's how this would be collected. And they would be the, I guess, the enforcement agency at that point for collections.
Thank you, City Attorney Kasher. Councilmember Tate.
Yeah, I just had a question. The $10,088.46, is it, I guess, can we make something where this is paid over time? What kind of modifications can we make to this type of bill? I mean, just something like that to absorb in 1 year seems a little high for a household, but I'm wondering, is it something we can do, $2,000 over a 5-year period, or is it something that has to be paid all at once?
Thank you, Councilmember Tave. That question, I might need some assistance from the city attorney on that question. If we can split the assessment over multiple years, I think that's the question.
Yeah, through the chair, happy to provide my thoughts on that. The council can direct city staff to pursue, various forms of recovery of this particular, these amounts owed. So if the direction of the council is to spread this over a few years, we could certainly do that. But part of this is that I think there's been efforts to try to recover the costs to date, and they've been unsuccessful. So this is one of the avenues that we have under the municipal code, but there is some discretion here from the council, and we can receive just direction to break it up and spread it over years if that's the will of the council.
Just to clarify here, Councilmember Tate, once this is approved by the council and we move forward, this is going to be recorded as a lien, and the lien will be on the property until the property is sold. So the property owner doesn't have to pay it right away. Is that correct?
City attorney, I think this is not a lien, right? This is basically a tax bill that you would have to pay this year, correct? Or this fiscal year? No, I'm sorry, this calendar year.
That's correct. The staff recommendation is proposing a special assessment be placed on the property that will be collected as part of the annual property tax payment. There's an option for the city council to place a lien on the property, which would be paid at the time of the transfer of the property, the sale or transfer of the property. But the staff recommendation and what's before the council right now is for a special assessment that would be collected this year as part of the property tax collection.
I see. And would we, Mr. Mayor, if I could, if we were to choose to put something over time, is there a way to add an escalator, or, time cost of money, or some type of escalator, based on, 3% COLA, or, whatever the number is to attach that number, spread out over time? Or would that be something staff? I mean, I'm just wondering if this number is static, or is it something that's going to grow at a later date if we did it over time? Because we would be incurring costs not receiving the money today.
Through the chair, that's a good question. I don't know the answer to that. My sense, these are actual costs incurred, and that's what we are assessing. We're looking to recover the actual costs incurred. Typically, we don't have those types of kind of interest or inflators for this type of a thing. It's just a recovery of costs incurred. I could look into that if that was of interest, but right now I think just spreading it out over the amount of years.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out if there are options and what those options are, and what those options may or may not look like if there was a payment plan or whatnot. But that's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any public comments, please?
does not look like we have any public comments.
I think we did have one.
We actually do. Virtual hand just popped up. Martin Eystone.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so well, first of all, I do want to do a quick expression of I appreciate that people are, this is a lot, this money represents just under 12% of my annual income. So this is a big chunk for me, and I appreciate your interest about that. However, you know, a great deal of this expense, well, first of all, I want to differ from Officer Saidi. I believe I haven't received anything from her. I was never received any indication of any fines or anything. I have never received anything like that from her, ever. Not only that, but I have never received a bill that indicated the payment of this. I have received things that are telling me that it's going to be due. And the first that I ever even heard about this abatement happened to be on the 29th of November when I happened to step out the front of my yard to get to my car and come back. I happened to find this group of stapled papers here in the bushes in front of my house next to my garage that told me that the next day this abatement was going to take place. That was the only indication I ever got out of this. And as far as the fines are concerned, I have never received any information related to that, period. Not at all. Not only that, but when you get down to the towing, you know, I asked Officer Saidi on the morning, you know, why my car had to be towed. Well, she had told me that it was because they were going to bring a crane in. It was not true. What they did, though, is they brought in their wood chipper, which we've had several trees taken out on our block, and nobody ever puts the wood chipper on their property because it blows dust and dirt all over everything and shakes your entire house, you know, if it's put up against there. But they went ahead and did that, you know, well, of course they had the police backing, so there wasn't really much I could say about that. Not only that, but the towing service that she hired did not have the proper equipment to move a car that had a locked wheels. And because of that, the car was damaged and dragged several feet, actually a number of yards, about 30 feet to one place, and it was dragged again to put it back. And in the process of being dragged, it tore out parts of the undercarriage of the car, making it well, I don't know what the damage is eventually going to be. Not only that, but the company they hired did not clean up after doing their job. They left a mess of all kinds of refuge and everything all over my yard. And they destroyed a fence. They destroyed 30 feet of fence in the process. Not only that, but when she was talking about 2 trees, there wasn't ever any 2 trees involved until the morning of the actual abatement, when I happened to mention to her that I could get both of I was in the process of getting working with 2 contractors that would, within a week or 2, would come in and take out both of the trees. And then all of a sudden she goes, oh, well, I guess we could, she went over to somebody over there and asked if they could take out the trees, the other tree, and they said yes. And the first question I asked was, well, is this going to cost any more money? And she said no. And so I believe that. Well, they tacked on another $800 onto their fee. I think for
Excuse me, Mr. Eystone,
yes.
This is City Clerk Bell. I just wanted to let the mayor know that the time has expired and make you aware. Thank you.
Mr. Eystone, I'm going to give you another 30 seconds to conclude, please.
Well, all I'm saying is that there was a lot of incompetence involved with this. There was no, like I said, I was literally shocked the morning that I received this. Not only that, but you'll find in my written notice that, by the way, I have all of this documented in photographs. but they damaged the fence. They did not repair it. They did not clean up themselves. They left just tons of debris and sawdust and bark off of the tree, just tons of it scattered all over my yard. However, they did.
Thank you, sir. I do apologize. I've got to cut you off because you are limited to 3 minutes. We give you a little bit more. I hate to cut you off here, but I would like to thank you for your public comments on that item. As a mayor, it's never easy for us to address this type of issues. It's always difficult because we are all neighbors. And this is probably one of the least favorite tasks that I would like to do here. And I believe that the rest of the council feel the same way. And I believe the city staff also feel the same way. It's not what they enjoy to do here. So tonight's the public hearing, if I understand correctly. We heard the presentation from the staff. We had the question from the city council members, and we did have a public comment. At this moment, I want to make sure that we can move on to the next item. Is that correct? If we don't have any other question, City Attorney Kasher, is that if you don't have any other questions from anybody, we can move on to the next item, correct?
Through the chair, that's correct. If there are no further public comments or any other speakers, then you could close the public hearing and bring it back to the council for discussion.
Okay, so I'm going to bring it back for council to council for discussion here. Do we have any council member would like to discuss about that item here? I don't see any hand raised. Councilmember Thoms, please go ahead.
I just wanted to follow up on Mr. Eyestone's comments as far as notifications. Can we check with staff to see if these notices are sent by regular mail or by return receipt? And I know that there was some receipt because there had been some conversation. So we do know that some of these notices occurred and there was still no resolution. So I'm just wondering if Ms. Seide has any comments on that.
Yes, I do. The notice in order to abate the violation is required to be mailed certified with receipt, and all citations are required to be mailed certified with receipt also. I did receive some receipts back. I know that some were returned unclaimed. I don't have the exact number of which ones were unclaimed, but I do know some were signed for and received.
Thank you.
Councilmember Tave?
Well, Mr. Mayor, as you said, I think these things are never easy, and these type of issues are difficult. I am, just to move I'm in favor of the possible lien or some type of payment program if we were to issue this today. I would need some help as to how to modify the resolution to get to that, but I think that in my mind, I'd like to see, from the rest of the council members and colleagues, what would you see as a preference? Is the lien, or if at all possible, something that can be paid off over time? And I just wanted to pose that to the council for discussion.
Thank you, Councilmember Tave.
I'll respond to that as far as the assessment is something that is put on the property and it's paid in the next cycle. So that would be December 10th. I think if you were to leave the property and you get funds at the time that the property is sold, that could be 10, 15, 20 years from now or more, and then there's a chance that you wouldn't see it depending on how the property's transferred. If we're in second position after a bank loan, for instance, and, it's not something that we would get refurbished. We wouldn't get refunded. I understand that there are a few more of these types of actions that are going to be taken. So this is going to be setting the precedent on how we deal with, these code violations and such. And so I would be in favor and it's not an easy thing of adding the assessment, and the property owner can work on their own means on figuring out how to finance that tax bill. They were going to finance, the other improvements and, on their own. And I think they'd be able to do that when the bill comes.
Councilmember Martinez-Ruben.
I'd like staff to explore a little bit more about a payment plan. Yes, I think we could expect payment on the amount that's assessed. There were initial communications from city to the resident about what was forthcoming, if not the amount. Certainly that the city was looking at the situation as something that could potentially be harmful. I imagine the danger here that we're talking about, and why the process is as it is, and why the assessment, and why even investing in time to look at this particular property is because someone deemed it a dangerous situation. And I imagine it was dangerous not only to the resident, but as well as to neighboring residents. With the pictures, I could only tell that these were giants of trees, very tall trees that potentially could have fallen on the resident's house, as well as perhaps even a neighbor's house. So there's a responsibility, I think, that we expect for residents to take and accept with regard to dangers that might not be obvious, or perhaps are not attended to because there are monetary costs involved. Unfortunately, those monetary costs increase as time passes. And so here we have, a greater amount than perhaps the resident would like to see. I do feel that if we can have a payment plan, not to minimize the amount that was incurred by the city, but allowing a little bit of flexibility so that the resident can pay. If that means having to talk to the county assessor or whatever office in the county actually collects this, I would ask that the resident recognize that we're trying to do what's going to be workable for both the city as well as for the resident, and that we do have an expectation as a council to do something about conditions that are not taken care of. Unfortunately, there are different circumstances. The letter that was sent by the resident also speaks to health issues, etc. There may have been some difficulty in communicating and or receiving notices, but this was something that was happening. To not face it is a different matter altogether. We don't know all the reasons behind that, but what we do know is that there were communication attempts made here. There's a process that we're following. There are consequences to not responding to something that's considered to be a possible threat to the public. Summary is, if we can have staff look into a payment plan of the assessment and if necessary to talk to the county, I would favor that.
Thank you, Councilmember Martinez-Ruben. Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Murphy.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, this is very difficult, and I also want to acknowledge that this did seem like happen, we are still in a pandemic, but it seemed like it happened pretty early on last year in April. So this is certainly not easy, I don't think, for any of us as council members. What I would, what I'm reading here too, in addition to the presentation given today, it seems to be once this, depending upon how this council moves forward, this is in the hands of the auditor controller's office. I'm just wondering, if we do move forward in terms of approving tonight's resolution, does our city provide any guidance or support services moving forward to support this, to support the individual dealing with this once, if this were approved?
We will have a second hearing before that anything happens, but the question is related to which type of help financially they can get.
Well, I'm just wondering, I see there's a couple options out there, including a lien, including a payment plan. I'm wondering if those options are provided by the City of Pinole or the Auditor Controller's Office, from which this would be directed to upon the second hearing, of course.
City Manager Murray?
Sure. So those are decisions that it's in the City Council's hand to decide what mechanism you would like the city to pursue in collecting these amounts owed. Based on the discussion that I've heard from the council, and in consideration of the time value of money consideration that was raised earlier, I wonder if the council might like to consider an assessment that's split over 2 years, which gives the homeowner some time to arrange their finances. As I believe Councilmember Martinez-Rubin noted, we're not imposing an entirely new cost on the homeowner. The homeowner, it appears from what was described in the communication, was aware of the need to remediate this situation and cut down those trees. And so we selected, looked for multiple bids. We think we got an appropriate quote to perform that work. And so if we think that cost of $7,000 for the tree removal is a reasonable competitive quote, the homeowner was facing the prospect of needing to pay that amount, irrespective of whether the city got involved at all or not. And as was noted, there's certain responsibilities that come with the privileges of being a homeowner. And those responsibilities include the safe upkeep of the home for the benefit of the homeowner and the neighbors in the surrounding community. So, but we recognize that this is a lot to pay in one fell swoop. And so I wonder if the city does have an interest in some timely recovery of these expenses that the city has paid. The city's already incurred these expenses. So I wonder if you might consider leaving it as an assessment, but splitting it over 2 years.
That is a great question for the council, I think, and thank you, City Manager Murray, for that additional option. I would be open to that as well. I think what I do want to say is I think that the work that the staff has done has, to my understanding at this point after the public hearing, has been very holistic and as collaborative as I think our process is. So I don't want to demean that. I also want to uplift, of course, the circumstances, and this doesn't happen every day, and that certainly doesn't happen, in a time where we're all still kind of dealing with a lot of issues. And I think we saw that with the written comment and some of the public comment as well. I did want to ask, because I think there's just so many options out there in terms of how we take this as as an example, right? And to make sure that we all use this as a learning opportunity. I'm wondering if our current policies also incorporate, or even municipal code, incorporates anything like community service to the city as a way to decrease said amount. I do realize that amount was an amount that was going to be expended no matter what, or close to that amount. But I'm also wondering, in terms of the value that perhaps someone who is in the situation could give back to the city, is there an opportunity for maybe this, is there an opportunity for someone to perhaps have a value of community service to decrease the current amount or anything like that?
I'm not aware of any mechanism for that. I'll ask the city attorney to add whatever information he has on that.
Thank you, City Manager. So there is no kind of mechanism within the municipal code, but all options really are on the table for the City Council in kind of negotiating or settling this amount that is owed. And I did want to mention, kind of circling back to the question presented by Councilmember Tague earlier, the municipal code does allow for the city to impose an annual interest kind of on a payment. So if the city council were to elect to break the payment into two separate assessments, half of it being assessed in the first year, the second half being assessed a year later, we could impose up to 8% interest on that second payment, if that were the direction of the council.
Thank you. Do you have any other question, Councilmember Murphy?
I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Thank you. City Attorney Casher, in case of a special assessment at the end of the year, if the property owner does not pay the tax, what happened? I usually pay my bills on time. It never happened to me. That's why I asked the question.
I'm in the same boat, and I actually don't know what happens if you don't pay your property tax bill.
It is, I believe, you accrue insurance, not insurance, but interest, and it goes back to the following year. And I just want to make sure that we're not setting a specific precedence. Assistant City Attorney Mark, do you have an answer on that item?
Yeah, I was just going.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. The once it's added to the property tax bill, it becomes like any other thing on the property taxes, and the county has a process for recovering that over time. If it's not paid, it's theoretically possible that a home could be foreclosed on at some point. That is not an immediate thing that happens after, if a payment is made after 1 year or 2 years or even 3 years, but it is an ultimate possibility if it's never paid.
Thank you. City Attorney Mark, do you know if the county usually offers a payment options to property owners who are behind their bills?
I do not know. They have multiple years to pay it. I would assume the county charges interest on that, but I don't know off the top of my head.
Okay. If I can have city staff to get back to the city council on the options that the county has to recover that tax of the type of bill, and probably the county is already offering options to property owners to spread those payments, and if something that the property owner can deal directly with the county and not having to deal with the city of Pinole, because I don't know how many more of those special assessment bill we will be assessing in the near future, but I do not want to set a precedence on something that we have never done before. Councilmember Thoms, you had a comment?
Yeah, so I'm wondering where we go from here. Do we continue the public hearing until we have those, for 2 weeks? And that way we're adopting a resolution that is specific to what we want to hear, or do we try to modify the resolution, and by modifying it, I'm seeing section 4, where it says that the county auditor controller is respectfully requested to enter the amount of the special assessment on the county tax roll opposite of the parcel of land referenced, and thereafter said amount shall be, and then I'm wondering if that's where we can add, shall be collected 50% for fiscal year 2022-2023, and 50% plus interest for 23-24. Or should we continue this item and let the city attorney, get the questions answered as far as, is this acceptable to the county auditor controller, and have a resolution where we don't have to come back and do this over and make a correction?
So I believe, Councilmember Thoms, that if we were to make a modification, they would have to have a different hearing, correct? They would have an initial hearing to the one we are having tonight.
Well, we can continue it though. If you continue it, you don't have to post it as we'll have another public hearing, but you don't have to re-notice it, I believe.
I hear it. So what you're offering here is modification to the language, splitting into 2 years, 50%, 50% plus interest.
Right, but
and the other one is hear back from the city attorney about the options that we get in terms of payment to the county.
We want to make sure that if we're going to adopt a resolution, that it's going to be in a format that's going to be acceptable to the auditor controller. Are they going to accept doing a payment plan over 2 years, or do they only want to insert it once?
If I may add some information here, so regarding how an assessment is handled and a delinquent assessment is handled. So as you know, your property bill and an assessment such as this would be can be paid in 2 installments, semi-annual payments essentially. If your first installment is late, there's a 10% delinquency penalty added to your bill. Same is true for the second installment, plus a $20 charge. After a certain point, and then you become your property becomes tax defaulted. After a certain period of time, there starts to be a monthly penalty or charge on your unpaid taxes. It does appear that there are both a state program for property tax postponement that's run by the state controller's office. And there is an installment payment plan with the county for repaying your taxes on an installment plan. And so once your property becomes property tax defaulted, people can apply for an installment plan that allows you to establish that with the tax collector, what the installment plan is going to be. If a property is defaulted for 5 years, it can be, it can essentially be foreclosed on and sold by the county assessor and tax collector. So that's the basics. It does appear that there's an installment plan program that's available through the county. So if this was the city decided to ask for or place this assessment in its entirety in 1 year or for multiple years, if the property owner was not able to pay that, they could apply for a deferral through a state program. They could also apply for an installment payment program with the county. So there are some different options available that the city doesn't have to institute and that it appears that the county and state have standard processes for.
Thank you, City Manager Murray. That was very helpful. So we heard from what you just stated. So there is an option to defer it, and there's also an option to create an installation plan over a period of time that has been in place by the county and the state of California. So it is not something that the city would have to create. I think at this moment we already have the option put in place by the state and the option put in place by the county. I do not want to enter a territory that we have never done before, and I do not want to create a situation of precedence, because who knows, tomorrow somebody else might come up with a $20,000, $30,000, $50,000 bill, and I don't want to be in a situation where I would have to create payment plans that will make the life of our staff and everybody miserable. And I want to be fair to everybody. This is the law, and this is how we should be moving forward. Councilmember Tave, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say that I like the idea of the volunteer program. I mean, Pinole Senior Center is a good example of a need for volunteers. But I guess that's something that we can explore at a later date. I am in favor of the payment plan, but I'd like to table this or to move this forward to give staff time to review that payment plan and maybe spruce up the staff report, reflecting the direction we're giving. That's just my stance, and I think we should probably move this, as Councilmember Thoms mentioned, to give us a little bit of time to bring this back to what that 2 payment plans would look like, or those 2 payments would look like.
So thank you, Councilmember Tave. Let me ask you a question. If we were to move forward to the second hearing, City Attorney Kasher, would you be able to have the staff get back with those questions back to us at the second hearing? And the second question, would you be able to modify the language of the resolution at the second hearing.
Through the chair, absolutely. So we can amend the resolution to reflect the council's direction, but just so that I'm kind of clear, it seems like there may be consensus around breaking up the payment over 2 years. And so the question really that would be presented to the county is, do they need 2 separate resolutions for that, or can we essentially take that action by one resolution? And so we could continue the public hearing, get that confirmation, and then bring this back for formal approval by the city council.
Thank you for asking the question. I would like to make it simple for everybody. I would like to keep the existing resolution as it states, and I would like the city staff to come back to us with the option that we'll have to create a payment plan at the next meeting, at the next hearing.
But if we do a payment plan, the resolution will have to reflect what we want to do.
That is correct, but at this moment, I'm more in favor of continuing with what is already in place to move things forward, since there's already a payment plan that is in place with the state, and there's already a deferral payment that is in place with the state. So I would like to keep the existing notification and language, and I would like to give the opportunity to get back to staff with the question that I had, but I would like to keep business moving forward. If you're looking at keeping the resolution, then should we just move it tonight and rely on the payment plans that are available through the county and the state? Affirmative.
Through the chair, that seems like a good idea. We can amend the existing resolution to reflect the language that was proposed by Councilmember Toms, breaking up the payments over 2 years. We could then submit that to the county, let them know that that was the direction of the city council, and if for whatever reason they are not willing to do that or would require something different, we could then bring this back to the city council for further consideration. But if that would work, and if that's agreeable to the county, then we could just move this resolution this evening, and that would be the end of this one.
And we could, and for the second hearing, we could add some info to the staff report about the deferral and installment program from the state and the county provide, just so everybody knows that.
So with that, you'd be looking for a modified resolution as I indicated, or the resolution as it was presented originally?
Are you asking me, Councilmember Toms?
I think, or city attorney.
A modification to the existing resolution, the section 4 that you indicated, we could amend the language there. I think that would be adequate. I also did want to mention that City Clerk Bell notified me that the property owner has his hand raised in the chat, so I just wanted to mention that as well.
Okay, go ahead. I would like to give an opportunity to the property owner to speak, please.
Thank you. Mr. Eystone?
Well, all I wanted to say was this is all kind of one-sided as far as, the incompetence. I was about to contract to another country, and I believe I mentioned that in the note that I sent you guys, that I was going to be able to get both of those trees done for $5,000 or slightly less. So this is a big difference. And I question Officer Saidi. I never signed anything. Related to this. Or I don't even know that it was related to this. There's no return address. There's nothing on any of that stuff. And so I think that it was mishandled over and over again. The damage to my property, what do I do about that? The city hired an organization. By the way, I also asked her if there was anything about COVID that she asked of the people who were coming on my property. And you know what her answer was? That doesn't concern the city, which I thought was appalling. Now, the thing is that there seems to be just kind of a different kind of balance. Anything that she says is what? Is gospel? What? She couldn't even hire the proper towing unit to save my vehicle. She couldn't, and the people that came on my property, they destroyed a fence, They scattered pieces all over, and I was also told that I could have gotten some wood out of this, and I would have gotten some wood out of it if I had they had allowed me to hire the people that I wanted to hire. So I think there's a great deal of unfairness about this. I do appreciate that you're going to about this payment plan, and I'll probably just dip into my life savings and just say, hey, you know, forget it. I'll just do it. But I think that this is a horrible mistake. I think that the backing of this and the way that it was done was horrible and deplorable. And we're going by this officer who has shown over and over again. You know how many times I called her when she wasn't at her desk? Just about every of the last 3 or 4 months. She was never at her desk. I could never find the time.
I will give you another 30 seconds to conclude, sir.
I could never find the time. Most of the people that I deal with, I work for the University of California. I do contracts all the time. I do work with contractors and stuff like that. But the one thing I've learned is you hire a contractor, you've got to stay there and watch them. And that was one of the things that I was concerned about as far as this. And because of the way they set this up, I couldn't watch this. So they left my yard and my property in a mess. And that's going to cost me thousands of dollars more to fix that.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your comments. I will turn it back to the council here to move forward. I would like to move forward. I know it's not an easy situation, but I would like to keep it as simple as possible. At this moment, we already have a payment plan that is available, I believe, at the county level and at the state level. We also have a deferral plan. Everything has been in place already. What I would like to do, I would like us to move this resolution for second hearing with no any additional changes. Everything is in place. I don't want to make things more difficult than they are. So I will call for somebody to make a motion to keep the resolution as it is and we'll have a second hearing.
Do we need to have a second hearing?
No, we don't need a second public hearing.
We don't need a second public hearing. So I would like to have somebody to make a motion here, please.
I'll move we adopt the resolution as it was originally presented.
Any second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Madam City Clerk, roll call.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin?
Yes.
Councilmember Toms?
Yes.
Councilmember Tave?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy?
Yes.
Mayor Salini?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Motion carries, Mr. Eierstone. We are very sorry what is happening to you. We need to move forward. And I also would like to speak on behalf of the city staff. We have a very fair staff and they're doing the work, and I believe notices was provided. And any comments that need to be addressed directly to the mayor. And I felt a little bit sorry in the situation where Officer CD was tonight because she wasn't able to reply to you directly. But this is not a win-win situation for anybody here, and everybody is suffering. And I'm sorry about this situation, but we had to move forward. Thank you. Next item on the agenda. Next item on the agenda that I have is item number 11, all business. 11A, resolution continuing authorized remote teleconference meetings pursuant to AB 361. The City Attorney Casher, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Salini. I'll be brief with this introduction of this item. This item typically appears on consent, but there was an interest in providing an opportunity for the City Council to discuss and provide direction to staff regarding a return to in-person City Council meetings. Just by way of background, in March of 2020, the governor issued an executive order N-29-20 suspending provisions of the Brown Act to allow legislative bodies to meet remotely and attend virtual meetings, as we've been doing for the past nearly 2 years now. The governor and the state legislature passed AB 361, which extended that the provisions of the executive order, further expanding the reach of the executive order and allowing for the city council to meet via teleconference meetings up and through March of this year. And the city council has relied on AB 361 to meet virtually. That particular bill requires that the city council revisit that every 30 days. So we bring forward this staff report and resolution for approval every 30 days. And it provides an opportunity for the city council to discuss direction on whether or not to continue to remain virtual or to meet in person. I should note, and as I mentioned, I wanted to reiterate that the AB 361 is set to expire on March 31st. So starting in April, short of some action by the state legislature or the governor, there will be the need to return to in-person meetings. In April, there has been some discussion at the state level regarding a further expansion or extension of AB 361. So that is still on the table. But at this time, wanted to provide an opportunity for the city council to provide direction to staff on the return to in-person meetings, when you might like to see that. And I know that City Clerk Bell is available to answer any questions regarding what the format of that might look like. There's been some work done at the staff level to prepare for a return to in-person meetings and potentially a hybrid format. And so we are looking for direction from the City Council regarding at what point and when the City Council would like to return to in-person meetings. So with that, I will conclude my comments and bring it to the council for discussion. And again, staff is here to answer any questions. I know City Clerk Bell can answer any questions regarding the format. And then I think our Human Resources Director is here as well, who can answer any questions regarding the health protocols and some of the configuration of council chambers and things like that. So that concludes my report.
Thank you, City Attorney Kasher. Before I turn it back to the council, I would like to clarify these two items here. Item number one, it's do we have the technology and the capacity of returning to in-person or hybrid? And item number two, it's how soon can we do it? And item number three, is the council willing to do it? I think those are the three questions that we need to ask here. I think item number 2 and 3 can be item 1 and 2. I would address it directly to the city clerk to move forward. I would like to ask you, Madam City Clerk, do we have the capacity of making a hybrid meeting or in-person meeting? And two, how soon can we resume to this type of meeting?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I'm happy to provide some information about our capacity to return to in-person meetings. Of course, the question has been largely around hybrid meetings and whether or not our technology can support it. We've been doing work on this since the question came up. I mean, it's been definitely a moving target, but we are in a place now where we have figured out a model where participants could participate remotely via Zoom and then also simultaneously in the council chambers. And what that would look like would be that we would have any participants that were on Zoom, their images would be projected in our council chambers, and so that the participants in the chambers would be able to view them. And then, you know, we'd have a video feed of the chambers for any participants that were in person that would then be visible to those who participated by Zoom. We've done a lot of work already with having the public, which a requirement of the AB 361 in place currently is that the public has to have the option to participate live. We've worked on that, and we have that now enhanced with video participation, and so we have that piece in place. I think at this point, the tech is there. We just need to continue with testing. Obviously, until you do a full broadcast meeting, we'd have to make sure that we've done some initial testing, but that's where we are now, is that if council did direct for us to go forward with the hybrid meeting, we would just need to go do a full run through and work out any kinks of the new model. I'm happy to answer any additional questions about the hybrid format.
Thank you. We have the answer is yes, but how soon can we move forward?
I would say, again, the testing piece at this point now with the new safety protocols and just making sure that we are fully ready on the staff's part to facilitate a meeting. I would say March 1st would be pushing it in terms of getting ourselves fully prepared. So, I would say it would be possible for the second meeting in March if that's what council directed us to do.
Okay. March 1st, it's a possibility, but you would rather have the second meeting of March, okay?
It would allow staff more time for testing, yes.
In terms of safety protocol, what will be implemented for the public to be safe?
Yes, so we've had discussions at the staff level about, and I don't know if Director Shell wanted to take this question, or I'm also happy to provide a summary.
Hi, thank you very much. So we have looked at some of the recent health order guidance from the Contra Costa Health Services Department for open meetings. And we have looked at their recommendations would be to have all participants masked. And if we could implement social distancing, we would do that as well. I know, and I don't know if someone would be here to speak to the air filters. I don't know if city manager want to address some of those matters.
So just to back up a little bit, we're anticipating that a new health order will be published, changing the requirements, or has been published, changing requirements effective tomorrow, so that if someone is fully vaccinated, they can be indoors without a mask and without social distancing, with the exception of a few highly sensitive settings like healthcare settings and senior care settings and schools. So as of tomorrow, anyone who's fully vaccinated can enter City Hall without a mask and does not need to maintain any social distance. They don't need to fill out a health self-attest either. Nonetheless, the still current guidelines from the county health department, as Director Shell mentioned, are to maintain masking, social distancing, and symptom monitoring as much as possible. So our recommendation would be for our hybrid in-person virtual council meetings would be that we have all attendees, in-person attendees, do a self-attest that they don't have symptoms, wear masks, potentially with the exception of when they're speaking, and maintain social distance. And we think that's all possible within the council chambers. We are able to institute some air purification and filtering systems, and we will do so if the council provides that direction. There are two different options. One is to install some specialized air filters that will filter particles, small particles, including viruses. And we can also install what is called an ionization process that basically sterilizes the air. So there are two different levels and two different approaches to air filtration and purification. So those are the steps that we recommend: self-attestation, masking, and social distancing for all the in-person participants, including the council members. And if the council so directs, we can implement 2 levels of air purification. Total cost of those would be about $7,000.
And how long will it take?
That can be ready for the March 15th meeting that City Clerk Bell referenced.
What about March 1st?
Uncertain. It would depend on the availability of HVAC contractors.
Thank you, City Manager Murray. So we asked a few questions. One of them was, do we have the technology to make it happen in public? The answer was yes. How soon could it happen? The answer was March 15 or March 1st. And what do we have as a safety measure? We have the mask. We have the self-testing in 2 levels of air filters that the city is recommending for the cost of $7,000. Then I'm going to get back to the city council members. I do apologize. I usually let you ask the question first, but I just wanted to move forward because we have a busy agenda. Councilmember Martinez-Brennan, please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you to staff for giving us an overview of what safety measures could be taken. I'm wondering if there was also mentioned or advised from the Department of Health Services about collecting contact information, identifying information from participants who would attend the meetings. That would be in the interest of, if there should be a need to do some contact tracing, then we would have that available information to notify people who could potentially have become infected if the need should arise.
This is City Clerk Rowe. I'm happy to address that question, Mayor, if you'd like. Okay, so we did receive recommendations from the county health officer in a revised copy that they put out on February 2nd. And the way that they worded it is to consider a voluntary attendance sheet with names and contact information. So I think that is something you considered is having, especially as part of any self-attest that the public would do, to take information so that if there was the need to contact members of the public, we could. So that was on a voluntary basis. That is the way that the county has recommended it to us.
Thank you. Having been to an eatery and been asked to voluntarily provide that information, I think it works. If it works at an eatery, I think we can do it at a government location, and I would request that we do. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Martinez. Contact tracing, is that what you're asking?
No, I'm asking for us having a mechanism so that people could provide information on a voluntary basis that would be helpful if they should need to be contacted. In this way, the city staff has that information to work with the Department of Health Services if the need should arise, to inform anyone who attends one of our events who could potentially have been infected by a carrier of a variant. And since we don't know a lot of that, we're hopeful that we don't have to, but I think that we ought to implement as many health and safety practices as we can possibly to minimize exposure.
Yes, thank you. That's a great suggestion. Thank you. Councilmember Tave, please.
Just one concern. So it's my understanding that 3 council members need to be in attendance in person, or a quorum needs to be set. In the event that one of those 3 people are not able to attend the meeting, what is the adjustment that we can make in order to still have a meeting? Or is that, or will we have to cancel the meeting?
I'm sorry. Yes, I will let. I know both of you have the answer. I will let City Attorney Kasher.
Thank you, Mayor Pellegrini. So if the council were to extend the resolution and continue the resolution under AB 361, we would have the flexibility to have some members in person, some members could still appear virtually. If the council decides to, or maybe beyond March 31st, where we would all need to be in person, if there are some council members who wouldn't feel comfortable, for example, sitting on the dais in close proximity, one thing that we've discussed at the staff level would be to have a council member physically present on site. So maybe in the conference room where we typically have our closed sessions, so we could meet the physical presence requirement under the Brown Act, where there would be 3 council members physically present and still comply. But that's one of the benefits of having AB 361 and being able to rely on that flexibility, where we could still adopt the resolution and have that flexibility in have some people in person and others not.
Very good. Thank you.
And I'd like to, if I could just add to what City Attorney Kasher has stated, I think it's important to remember that if we don't continue with AB 361 under the authorizations that it provides, then we have to go back to the straight Brown Act, which would mean all of the teleconferencing requirements under the regular Brown Act would be in place. That means if the council member wasn't able to come to the council chambers, wanted to participate, we'd have to notice their location, and then the members of the public list those locations on the agenda with the address, and then members of the public would have to be afforded the opportunity to participate from those locations. So that's, to me, is the biggest distinction in how we move forward. Whether we choose to do hybrid or not, whether or not we do AB 361 and allow ourselves that flexibility. So please keep that in mind.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Yes, Councilmember Thoms, please.
Thank you. I wanted to just state that I participated in a League of California Cities roundtable last week, and there was a council member from a city in Northern California, further north, where they did not invoke AB 361, and she did. She had COVID and without symptoms, so was not able to come to the meeting, and the option of her being remote was taken away because by the Brown Act, she would have had to allow the public access to her home while she was ill. She was, she had the virus but had no symptoms, but was then unable to participate. So I would say, if anything, we should continue with AB 361. I would even suggest that, perhaps our March 15th meeting is sort of a test. If somebody wasn't comfortable coming to the chambers, we have some of us that go and try it out. That way, if there's some flexibility, that could be maybe our test meeting, if folks desire. I do watch the school board meetings, and I think they're difficult to follow when people are speaking and they have masks and they're on camera. So that would be, just one suggestion for delaying our return to at least the 15th.
Thank you, Councilmember Thoms. Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Murphy, would you like to add anything at this moment? No? Any questions? Any questions? No?
No, I don't have my hand up.
Okay. Councilmember Martinez-Uban, please go ahead.
Thank you. I just want to leave understanding what City Clerk Bell just mentioned, and I'm going to exaggerate here, but if we do have 361 in place, then I were to be in Paris, for example, the night of our meeting, but I wanted to participate remotely, I would still count among the number of council members so that we could go forward with the meeting. Is that correct?
That's correct. Under AB 361, the requirement under the Brown Act that a quorum of the body must be within the local body's boundaries is waived. So that's an important distinction. Thank you for that.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. And I will be in Paris in August.
And that's probably very true, not an exaggeration. I'll join you.
You're welcome. Next, so we have the question asked, and let me turn it back to the public, please. Any public comment at this moment?
Yes, Mayor, we do have a couple of public comments. We will start with Rafael Menes.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening. So there's a palace adjustment.
Can see you.
Yes, I'm clicking a few times and want to go through. So I have a few comments on this. First off, it looks like a lot of the benefits of a current approach are only available until AB 361 expires, but it's set to expire at the end of March. Would it be possible for the city, I don't know if it could be done as part of this agenda item or as a future agenda item, but to make a request to our state representatives and or the governor to ask for the continued extension of the AB 361 permissions past the end of March? Because it does seem as though some of the Brown Act restrictions would be mildly absurd. Like if somebody is within the boundaries of the city of Pinole and they're ill with COVID, but they want to participate, they shouldn't be required to open their home to the public and risk getting members of the public infected with COVID just in order to participate remotely. But with regards to the hybrid in-person model, one practical concern I might have would be If the city's going to require wearing masks indoors, which seems like a good idea to me personally, how would that be enforced over the course of the meeting? Like if the city sees somebody, taking off their mask to talk to somebody else or whatever, do people need to be asked to leave, to go outside if they're going to be taking their masks off? Like what would the sort of logistical challenges be around making sure that people remain safe? And secondly, with regards to the voluntary providing of contact information as people enter the meeting, would that contact information be used just for, effectively speaking, contact tracing, or would it also be used for basically such purposes as the city needs? I know somebody, I forget who exactly at this point, mentioned outreach to reply to comments and such things as that. So I think that might affect the willingness of people to provide that information in one way or the other. I think it should be clear on the sheet where you ask people to provide the contact information, just what purposes that information could be used for by the city. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. We also have another person who wishes to talk.
Yes, Cordell Hindler.
Yes, can you hear me, Roxanne?
Yes. Loud and clear.
Good. So, good evening, Mayor Salimi, council members. My name is Cordell Hindler, and I'm a Richmond resident. So, as I was listening to the discussion, and I kind of agree with the first speaker, Mr. Menes. As far as in-person meeting, I said I've been all for it for the last 6 months because I miss seeing the interactions of the council as well as the public. So, and I have attended the Berkeley City Council meetings, and they just did a hybrid meeting about 2 months ago, and only one member of the public showed up for the entire meeting. And so I'm thinking that if Berkeley can do a hybrid model, I think that the city of Pinole can do the same thing, because we miss, because I go to Pinole occasionally, and I pass through the council chambers, and it is in bad shape. Without people not being inside there like back in the days. It's like, and I'm hoping that at some point that we'll be able to go back in there, like either in the spring or summer, whichever comes first. So with that, I will save my comments for B and C on the old business. So that's it.
Thank you, sir. I believe we have two more persons who wish to talk, and we have Debbie Long, correct?
Yes.
Good evening, Mrs. Long.
Good evening. My comments are based upon the staff report and not so much as what has been discussed right now. But I've said it before and I'll say it again, it's time to open up the council chambers to the public. I find it interesting that the staff report as provided by the city attorney includes information regarding state guidelines, but does not include the most recent information from Contra Costa that after today, masks are no longer required in indoor public places in our county. Furthermore, on February 4th, the Contra Costa County rescinded the vaccine verification and requirement because the population reached an 80% vaccination rate. And I would hope that all 5 of you are part of that 80%, would have no fear of appearing in public. The report was written by the city attorney is looking for reasons to extend the remote meetings and does not adequately weigh in on why you could safely open up a meeting. It is safe, we shop, we vacation, we go to concerts, we go to Super Bowls, and we fly, and so on and so on. As for Omicron, which is the most prevalent of the COVID virus, I have spoken to many individuals that have had the virus or know others who have. With the exception of having high health risk, it is nothing more than usually less than a cold or flu. We are no longer dealing with the unknown. By not opening up these meetings, it is apparent that you do not want the public to scrutinize how are you doing the business of the city. Having 10 or more people call in regarding a topic doesn't have nearly the impact of 10 people standing at the podium and addressing you in person. A person is viewed differently when you have face-to-face conversations. They simply become real. And real people vote, something for which this council seems to have forgotten. Additionally, it is very difficult to read the documents, and the clarity of the audio is very poor when it's on TV. Not so much when it's on a tablet, but when it's on TV, it is very, very poor. I hope you'll take a common sense, practical approach to reopening the chamber for council meetings. Otherwise, I and others will conclude that transparency and accountability is not a platform that you subscribe to. I hope that you continue discussing this, and we will have, at the very, very least, hybrid meetings on March 15th. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Long. And we have another person, I believe.
Yes, this person is identified as 102030. Can you please state your full name for the record, city of residence, please?
It's Peter Murray, Mayor Peter Murray. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. I'd like to weigh in on this subject matter. I've been waiting a long time to come to council meetings, and was recently overjoyed to hear that the county's recommendations for lack of or removal of masks from major group gatherings such as gyms and public events and such. I think it's about time to begin to open it up. I'm sincerely hopeful that all of our council members and staff have availed themselves of the free vaccines that have been provided to everyone. I believe that many people in Pinole have done so, and many people are actually willing to talk to, wanting to talk to the council on various matters, but these Zoom meetings are not conducive to their, I would say, internet skills. And but they're poised and ready to come down and rejoin the council at the council meetings. I believe again that it's time to open them up. We have some serious discussions. You're going to be talking about one tonight, regarding the city's mechanisms for operation with the proposed change to the way we go about doing our business later on in the program. And again, I just think that it's time to open it up and deal with it. I believe that most people in Pinole are vaccinated and have taken advantage of this situation, so there should be no worries, or not extreme worries. And as the last council member mentioned, the county has stepped forward to, again, open things up, and it's time. So with that, I'll leave it to your discretion, but hopefully you open it up as soon as you can so that we can get back to routine business and deal with the serious matters that are facing Pinole. Oh, what I was talking about was Charter City. I'm sorry, I didn't finish that up. So, talk to you later.
Thank you. Do we have any other member of the public who will wish to make any other comments, Madam City Clerk?
No, Mayor, there are no more public comments.
Thank you. Then I will turn it back to the council members for discussion. Council Mayor Pro Tem Murphy.
I don't know if this moves us forward, but and as long as we're safe, I feel incredibly excited to get back to the council. To get back to the council chambers as a council member. I remember being in the council chambers in the seat. So, it seems like what I'm hearing from the city clerk is a March 15th date that feels reasonable. If necessary, it seems like that's the latest date at this point we can have. I would also like to encourage, I think I heard a public commenter say, it would be interesting and I would be open to exploring the idea of having a letter of support to the governor, but I'm sure we probably have to put that on a future council agenda item. So those two things I'm in full support of. I hear March 15th as I want to reiterate, was that a hybrid meeting, City Clerk Bell, or was that going to be a full in-person meeting that we set ourselves up for? you said it before, but I just want to make sure.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I was answering the question about when we would be ready to hold a hybrid meeting. So yes, whatever the council decides to direct, but that relates to when we'll be ready for hybrid.
Okay, March 15th, just to be clear.
That would be a good target, yes.
Okay, thank you. So I would be in full support of that, and I appreciate the city attorney and city clerk Bell and all the staff support over the last year and a half as we tried our best to get back into those chambers, and something called Omicron and COVID-19 took us out. So it'd be great to get back in, and certainly great to see folks, specifically community members in person, whether they're from Pinole or whether they're interested individuals involving themselves in our community would be really great, and I look forward to it. So just want to give my 2 cents there.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Murphy. Just to clarify the direction that the city will need to get from the city council if we decide to move towards having a hybrid meeting will be to extend AB 361 with a hybrid type of meeting, and the council would have to provide direction to staff to proceed with the recommendation having the mask, on having the voluntary mechanism to provide their name, the self-testing, and the 2 level of filtration up to $7,000 to be installed by March 15 of 2022. Those are the direction that the council needs to provide to the city. Councilmember Martinez Ruben, please go ahead.
Thank you. Well, I want to make a motion about the action before us, and that's to adopt the resolution per staff recommendation to continue authorized remote teleconference meetings pursuant to AB 361.
I'll second that. And I don't have questions? Yes, go ahead. Yeah, I was just wondering, given that context and the direction for future in-person meetings, I'd love for a resolution to come back with those guidelines written, just to be a little bit more clear. But I wanted to support the resolution as is currently. But I think it would be great to kind of have those written down in public so that people, I think that would be a part of our preparation plan anyway.
Thank you. So I have another question here. Does this include, I would like to add, I would like to be a little bit more precise here. Does this include hybrid meetings resuming on March 15, 2021? As the way the resolution, you're asking for the resolution, Councilmember Martinez Ruben.
I'm not sure that we need to. I think the discussion about the procedures, or it responds to the questions that we had in preparation for having hybrid meetings, and that seemed to be procedural. So I think that I will defer to City Attorney Casher. I think the resolution is fine as it is.
Through the chair, yeah, so the resolution, I think I would recommend that the council adopt the resolution continuing our ability to rely on AB 361, and then subsequently provide direction to staff regarding a March 15th meeting and any kind of parameters you would like to see implemented as part of that in-person or hybrid meeting on the 15th. So you can both adopt the resolution and make a motion and approve that, and then provide direction to staff afterwards. That would be my suggestion.
Thank you, City Attorney Kershaw. That's our direction to staff. Would need to be a motion as well, or just verbal direction?
I think a motion would be welcome.
Okay, thank you. So we'd have to do 2 different motions. So motion on the table here with Councilmember Martinez Ruben was to continue AB 361, and we had questions. I don't see any other hand raised. I thought I saw some, but I think City Attorney Kershaw answered everybody's question. So do we have a second, please? Councilmember Tave, you seconded it, I believe?
It was Mayor Pro Tem.
Mayor Pro Tem, okay. And then can I have the roll call, please?
Councilmember Martinez Ruben?
Yes.
Councilmember Toms?
Yes.
Councilmember Tave?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy?
Yes.
Mayor Salimi?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. And then I believe we have a different motion to, I will make the motion to resume hybrid meetings starting March 15, 2022 with the following directions. giving the option for the public to do some self-testing, wearing a mask. Item number 3 will be to provide a 2 level of air filter for the city, and also implementing the mechanism of voluntary tracing, I believe. Those are the 4 items I would like to provide.
Mayor, this is City Clerk Bell. Just to clarify your first point, are you saying for the public to self-attest that they don't have any symptoms before they enter the chambers?
Those were part of, yes, that's correct.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And we're also recommending social distance in the chambers. So that would be self-attest, the masks, social distance, the 2 levels of ventilation upgrade, and the contact list. And we'll note that we should include a notation on that list that it's going to be used for contact tracing purposes only if needed.
Let me restate it. Thank you. The item will be to resume on March 15, 2022 at hybrid and in person, providing that we will provide self-testing, social distancing, mask, and the 2 level of ventilator filtration here, as well as the voluntary tracing contact that Councilmember Martinez Ruben suggested.
I'll second.
Thank you. Roll call. I'm sorry, a question from Councilmember Thoms?
Yeah, you know, we're talking about 4 weeks from now, and where indoor masking has been lifted in most most circumstances. And I'm wondering if we need to direct, have the requirements for the public and for the council to wear masks, or if that part of the recommendation could be follow the recommendation of the county health officer.
Thank you. These are the questions to the rest of the council. I will follow with what the council says, but then we can change it if we wish to. But City Manager Murray, please go ahead.
I just want to add an additional thought, which is I think due to the length of the council meetings and the proximity even with social distancing to one another, I think it's a longer period of exposure than is you would say the average level of exposure is from 2 people, which is why we're interested in seeing people use masks, even if it's not a requirement. And that's really the thought behind that is we're going to be together for 4 or 5 hours. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for that explanation.
Sure.
Any other questions, please? None, so roll call, please.
Councilmember Martinez Ruben?
Yes.
Councilmember Thoms?
Yes.
Councilmember Tave?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy?
Yes.
Mayor Salini?
Yes.
Motion carries.
The motion will carry, and March 15 will be exactly 2 years where the City Council stopped meeting in person. That will celebrate our 2 years anniversary date by date. Before that, so we didn't plan it on purpose, but I'm happy to be able to resume in person and look forward to meeting everybody again. Thank you, everybody. It's 8:44, and I will close on this item here. Item number 11A is closed, and before I move on to 11B, I would like to recess the meeting for 5 minutes at 8:45 and resume at 8:50. I would ask everybody to take a break for 5 minutes. Thank you. We'll move on to item agenda number 11B, options for city-sponsored 4th of July firework celebration. Correction, option for city-sponsored 4th of July celebration for 2022. Good evening, Mrs. Picasso.
Hello, Mr. Mayor, City Council, City staff, and members of the public. This evening, I will review alternative options for a 4th of July celebration that does not include fireworks. Before I get started, I will provide some background information. The City of Pinole provided a 4th of July fireworks show and festival until 2008. Funding for the celebration was eliminated due to the economic downturn. In 2021, the City Council discussed the return of a 4th of July celebration, but decided not to move forward due to the ongoing pandemic. In 2022, staff provided council with the total cost for a fireworks show. At that meeting, council directed staff to return to council with information on options for a 4th of July celebration that did not include fireworks. Council has allocated $100,000 for unspecified community events in the fiscal year 2021-22 budget. I will review the alternative options in the following slides. I want to note that council requested information on a water light show, but staff was unable to find a vendor to provide this service. The city did receive proposals for a laser light show, a drone light show, and a 4th of July festival or summer festival. I will review the costs in the following slides. So for a laser light show, Dynamic FX submitted a proposal for $8,000 for an event on Saturday, July 2nd. The event will include a multi-laser light show projected in front of the audience and will include music at Fernandez Park. This show would be approximately 15 minutes and will be visible only to the immediate vicinity. Laser Light Company submitted 2 options. Option 1, with a cost of $6,500. They have availability from July 2nd through July 4th. This would be a multi-laser light show projected on a screen and will include music at Fernandez Park. The show will be approximately 15 minutes and will be visible only to the immediate vicinity. Option 2 will cost $16,500. Also open availability from July 2nd through the 4th. This will be a multi-laser light show that will be projected in front of the audience with music. This will include more lasers than the basic show that they quoted in the previous slide. The location would be Fernandez Park, and the show would be approximately 20 minutes and visible only to the immediate vicinity. We also received proposals for a drone light show. So the vendor Drone Light Show submitted a proposal with a cost of $18,400, availability from July 2nd through the 4th. The event would include a 100 drone show above Fernandez Park. It will include music. The show would be approximately 20 minutes and would be visible to the immediate vicinity and could be visible up to a mile away from the launching location. Hire UAV Pro also submitted a proposal for $40,000 for a show on July 2nd through the 4th with open availability. The event would include a 100 drone show above Fernandez Park. Music will not be provided. The show would be approximately 10 to 12 minutes. It would be visible to the immediate vicinity and may be visible for up to a mile from the launching location. In this slide here, I will review, we received multiple vendors for the implementation of a 4th of July festival. The cost for this event would be $15,000. The event could be offered on July 2nd. A festival could be offered in Fernandez Park, and it could include food vendors, music, carnival games, inflatable slides, balloon twisters, face painters, also an opportunity for city departments and local organizations to table the event and provide information. And that concluded my information on the proposals. I will now discuss the information, the additional information that was requested. So the city staff again contacted the City of Hercules regarding a joint event. The City of Hercules informed us that they have allocated $75,000 for a fireworks show in 2022. And they plan to host the event on the 4th of July. Hercules staff is in the process of selecting a launching location on land in Hercules, but they are not opposed to continuing conversation on collaboration. Staff also reached out to the Bayfront Chamber of Commerce to request sponsorship for a 4th of July event. The Chamber informed us that the Chamber will present the event to the Board of Directors for consideration once the city has finalized the event details. In this slide here, I will review additional information regarding the proposed events. I want to note that vendor availability is limited. Staff contacted numerous vendors, and most vendors contacted already are booked for the 4th of July weekend or expect to reach capacity soon. If council provides direction, staff will start the process to reserve the vendors and execute the necessary contracts. I also want to note that the 4th of July falls 1 week after the traditional date of the annual car show. The car show is normally held on the last weekend of June. It is currently set for June 26, 2022. I also want to note some information on the cost for the car show. In 2021, council approved providing city support for the car show in the amount of up to $15,000. The actual cost for city support was $30,000. Staff is recommending that council allocate $30,000 from the $100,000 already budgeted for unspecified community events to support the 2022 car show. In addition, staff is recommending that the city council review and approve the list of 2022 sponsored community events that will be reviewed in the next slide. So this is a list of the events that are planned, of community events that are planned for 2022. The Spring Egg Hunt will be offered in April. Community Service Day will be offered in April or May, dependent on the decision from the Community Services Commission. The Pinole Car Show will be offered in June. To be determined, 4th of July celebration will be offered in July. Some summer concerts and movies in Fernandez Park will be offered from July through September. National Night Out will be offered in August or October. Coastal Cleanup will be offered in September. Dumpster Day and a Fall Festival or a Halloween movie will be offered in October. The Veterans Day event and Senior Center Craft Fair will be offered in November. And a holiday festival will be offered in December. I want to note that the community events that were discussed in the previous slide, the cost for those events have been included in the fiscal year 2021-22 budget. In the next slide, I will review the information for the cost information for the 4th of July celebration. So the laser light show is estimated to cost, including staff time, is estimated to cost $19,270 to $29,270. A drone light show is estimated to cost $31,170 to $52,770. A 4th of July festival is estimated to cost $27,000 to $770. A joint fireworks show with the City of Hercules that final amount would be determined at a later date. So this concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions and take direction from council. Thank you.
Thank you. Excellent presentation. Councilmember Martinez-Ruben, questions, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Picasso, for your presentation. Two questions. One of them is, there was one slide that shows $15,000 cost for a vendor. It was related to a festival, and I'm curious, staff has in the past done a wonderful job of putting on a festival-like event, so why go out to a vendor?
This would be to bring additional carnival games, it is for the cost of the balloon twister face painters that have been brought to previous events. This would be a larger event than our normal, like the holiday tree lighting that we had recently. We also normally have the high school group that we work with during the school months, but during the summer, their availability and the team will not be available. So there would be a need to contract with a vendor to bring carnival games for this event.
Okay, thank you. So we'd see something different or additional than what we have seen staff is able to do. My second question is about Hercules and your conversations with Hercules. How soon did you have an indication that they would be able to commit one way or another? And was specific question about cost sharing asked of them?
Yes, I believe they are finalizing their plans this week. They have allocated the funds for their 4th of July show. But they said they would be open. I think the question is where the show would happen. They want to have a show on land. So it would be something that once they, I think, have figured out they were moving forward, trying to find something in their location, and then we would touch base again.
So if I may add to that, their preference is to have a land-based launch site. If that's their evaluating their options and they expect to make a decision about what their launch site will be later this week. If it's a park or some other launch site on land, then the question will be how visible it will be to Pinoleans and or how accessible different viewing locations will be to Pinoleans. So the critical path here is learning from Pinole, learning from Hercules, which they should decide later this week, where they're going to launch it from, and then based on that, whether it's a location that would be accessible or viewable by Pinoleans, and if so, can we do some cost sharing? So we really need to wait to learn more to find out whether a collaboration is feasible, and they are open to that collaboration and cost sharing if possible. So we're kind of in a wait and see pattern. The city council could provide direction to City of Pinole staff that, if a Hercules, there's a site that Hercules is going to launch from that's equally accessible to Pinoleans, then staff proceed to collaborate with Hercules on a show and event. Or if they select a site that isn't going to be accessible to Pinoleans, staff proceed on, plan B. So that's the direction that we can receive from council tonight.
Thank you. I followed the sequence of what you said with regard to what our Pinole staff would take. In hearing that hearing that Hercules had a preference, was there a mention of alternatives at all? I mean, I could have a preference for the kind of candy that I like, but I'm also open to something else. So is there any indication beyond just a preferred location?
So, we've gone through, so our circumstances are different here in Pinole. We've gone through an assessment and determined that the only viable launch site is from a barge. Hercules is going through that same research process. If they identify a land-based site that's accessible to Pinoleans, I think we'd be happy with that. Or if they determine that a barge is the only viable location and they're willing to site it in a place that's viewable by Pinoleans, we'd be happy with that too. So I think there are a number of options in which our interests overlap. So it's not just that, and they might determine they have a preferred site that doesn't work for Pinole, and that's their prerogative too, and they need to take the steps that best meet their community's needs, and we understand that.
Sure, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Councilmember Martinez-Ruban. I just want to clarify that at the last presentation, you stated, Ms. Picasso, that you needed an answer by the end of the month because most of the vendors are going to be booked. So we were willing to wait another 2 weeks, but time is of the essence for us to be able to make a decision. We have to move fast. And honestly, we waited 2 weeks and nothing has happened from the city of Hercules. So let's move on to the next council member, Mayor Pro Tem Murphy.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor. First of all, Director Picasso, thank you so much for your work on this. Thank you for circling back to us so quickly. I know I was one of the council members who wanted to see a couple more options, so it's really helpful to see these in person. And just a cool thing to note before my question is I saw at the Super Bowl there was a drone, I believe, light show in San Francisco. So it was kind of cool to see what that would look like because I had never seen that before. I've seen laser shows mostly from music festivals, but not so much drone shows. And I saw that in San Francisco this past weekend, so that was pretty cool to see. Or sorry, I saw it on video. I had a question for you because you mentioned it several times, but I wasn't understanding of what you were, I don't know if you had presumptions there, but you kept mentioning that the car show was right before the July 4th. Were there concerns that you had surrounding us having this, or were you just noting that for the record? I just wasn't sure what that information was. Yeah, I wasn't sure.
Thank you. So I wanted to note it because we hadn't discussed it before, and when we were looking at the schedule for the 4th of July event and the car show, we noticed that there was 2 back-to-back events, so I just wanted to share that with council.
Okay. Do you have any concerns regarding staff's capacity or, actually staff's capacity more than anything regarding those 2 back-to-back events, or?
I think that we would have to, I don't know if City Manager Murray wants to comment.
Yeah, I don't think it's not a staff capacity concern. We haven't had a situation like that in recent times. I think the concern would be whether the attendance at one or the other might be diminished if you have 2 community events back to back. I don't know how much overlap there is in the participation, but we wanted to flag that because, in the event that there does have an impact on the participation of one or the other, we want to go into the event knowing that.
Okay, wonderful. That's great to hear. I just wanted to make sure because I did know I noticed that was noted in the staff report and then also in the presentation. Just wanted.
Yeah, that's our concern.
Okay, perfect. And then, but to that same point, if we do move forward with the fireworks festival or summer festival, we would be soliciting proposals, or we have several from folks who would support staff in executing said festival. So we would actually be bringing on more staff members or consultants for that matter for the period of time until the festival. Is that correct?
We would bring vendors on to do the children's activities, the face painting, balloon twisting, the carnival games, some of the inflatable slides. They require staff, so they would the vendor would provide staff as well.
Okay, because I know in the past, the police department, our fire department, and our community services staff have helped with those type of programs. So I'm assuming that if we do move forward at that cost, we would be getting a little bit more support in terms of bodies, right, to support you all. I just want to make sure that was part of that cost, right?
Yeah, vendors to come in and provide events and services.
Okay, wonderful. And then the last thing I would just say is, or I guess not say, is just ask with regards to what was it outlined here? Oh, the date. I'm sorry. We have these dates in flux between the 2nd, the 3rd, and the 4th. Is there a preferred date that staff recommends? I didn't necessarily see that in the report for moving forward. I know it's July 4th, so in my head it was always going to be July 4th, but I was just making sure that if staff had a recommendation, I'd like to hear that.
The information, the dates that were provided were based on the vendors that we received. So that's some dates are specifically July 2nd. That's the only time that we could find a vendor that was available. But there's July 2nd, 3rd, or 4th. It's for council to provide direction on which day they want the event to be offered. There was concerns about having 2 back-to-back events. I think previously having Hercules have one event and have Pinole having the event at the same time. So that was one thing that was brought up before.
Okay, so July 4th is a Monday. I'm just clear. I had to look at my calendar. Is that the recommendation by staff to hold our event, or is there a different recommendation?
So I'll jump in if I may. When we've had this conversation in the past, my recollection is that the city council requested pricing information from fireworks vendors for different dates and availability because the prices varied. And so that's why we've provided information, and the vendors have provided information on their costs for different dates. There isn't too much of a significant difference in the cost in the proposals that the vendors have offered, but I think that's the main reason we've included these different dates. I frankly think it would be, the council has as good or better a perspective than does staff about the ideal date for an event like that, just based on what you know about your own and community members' schedules around long weekends like that. So I don't think that we have a preference. Really, let me know if you have any strong feelings about a particular date. I think any of them could work.
Yes, I agree.
All right. Thank you so much for your help and support.
Thank you, Councilmember Thomas.
Sure, thank you. As instructed after the last meeting, I did have a conversation with Councilmember Martinez Rubin, and I spoke to one of the council members in Hercules, and we were both given by our staff cost estimates, and the costs are different if you have fireworks that go higher and if you have a longer show and that sort of thing. So based on that, if Hercules can have a program where they either have it from a barge or from land that can be visible easily from our Bayfront Park, I think that that's probably the best route to go. I think that their citizens would benefit from our participation by having a longer show. And it would work if it can be directed so that it's visible from a wide area along the waterfront in both Pinole and Hercules. So that would be the direction that I would recommend that we go. And then if at the end of the week, we find out that it's not going to be visible to us, and it's not something that's workable. At that point, then, perhaps we can look at something like a drone light show or something like that, perhaps time it so that it's, visible, or so that, it doesn't overlap the fireworks, if that's a possibility. But that's the direction that I'd be interested in going.
Thank you, Councilmember. I think Councilmember Tate, do you have any questions here?
Sorry about that. Yeah, no, I think that we're kind of centering around.
I'm sorry, do you have any questions?
No.
No questions? I will go back to comments in a few seconds. Thank you.
Okay, yeah.
I have a few questions here, please. Question number one, it's related to one of your slides where you're stating that the car show cost was $30,000. Therefore, you're requesting the city council to provide you direction to transfer $30,000 from the unallocated from the city events into the car show. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, that is correct. So for the $100,000 that was included for community events, there wasn't direction provided for the 2022 car show. So we're recommending that council provides direction for the 2022 car show, and that it's the amount the cost that we incurred for 2021, which was $30,000.
the city council allocated $15,000 specifically for the car show last year, independently from the $100,000 for community events. So we had $15,000 dedicated specifically for the car show. If the car show cost $30,000, then I would assume that we already have $15,000 allocated just for the car show, not coming from $100,000. And if you're short by $15,000, I guess you're asking for another $15,000 on top of the $15,000 that's been allocated. Therefore, we only need $15,000 from the $100,000. Is that correct?
Well, the $15,000 that was allocated for that was set specifically in the budget was for the 2021 car show that happened in September. So this would be for the new show that will be offered in June.
Okay, so I believe, if I'm wrong, that was a discussion that we had in the budget last year. In June of 2021 for the car show was specifically to have $15,000 every year. It was not just a one-year event, and the $100,000 was for every year. It was two different items that was allocated on an annual basis. It was not a one-time event. So I would assume that $15,000 should be recurring every year just for the car show, independently from that $100,000 for city budgeted amount.
Okay.
So I'll ask our finance director, and if she can't answer it off the top of her head right now, then we'll have to get back to you on it. I don't recall whether, I know that the money was budgeted for car show 2021. I don't recall whether it was included as an annual ongoing item. And I know that $100,000 was budgeted in this current fiscal year budget. Whether that's an ongoing item is something to discuss during the budget development process this coming year. But what Mr. Micasso is noting is that the car show is expected to cost $30,000 of city time. And so whether there is $15,000 already budgeted for it or not, we would like council's direction to appropriate whatever is needed between what's already been budgeted and $30,000 from the $100,000. So if 15,000 has already been budgeted and the finance director will double check, we need 15 more. If not, we need 30.
Thank you for the clarification. Since this was budgeted and approved for the fiscal year 2021, 2022, I would assume that what we voted in June of last year would have been for the year 2022. Correct?
Unless it was, I'd have to remember, I don't recall off the top of my head what year that was heard during, so it might have been part of the mid-year adjustment to that year's budget, might be part of the budget, I can't recall.
Okay, if you can get back to us, I would appreciate it. Another question that I have is, at the last presentation, you provided us a few quotes from a few companies, including Firework and Stage FX of America, and another company was, let me if I remember correctly, Devastating Pyrotechnics, and we had the specific amount for both companies, and I don't see it here on the agenda tonight. My question is to the city attorney: how can we approve money for a proposal that was on the February 1st agenda? So are we allowed to do that?
So the council can provide direction to staff to move forward with any of the variety of proposals that are being advanced. And so the direction can just be for staff to enter into an agreement in the amount that's been proposed. So yeah, we could do that.
Thank you. And another question, can you please go back to the slides of all those events that the city has planned? I believe that was one of your last slides. You had a slide with all those dates, with all the city proposed events.
Yes, I believe that one.
Yes.
Can we go back? I think it might be 11 or 10.
Thank you. Yes, that one. Are all those events coming from that $100,000 allocated budget, or that I know that annually recurring events, but are those all coming from that $100,000 budget?
No, these were allocated in each of the departments that are responsible for these events. They were allocated in their fiscal year budget, so it wouldn't be coming from the $100,000 that was allocated for community events.
So, with the exception of the car show, as we just discussed, but all of these other things, and the 4th of July event, but all of these other things are already included in the budget.
Thank you for the clarification. I don't have any other questions. I will turn it back to the public unless any council members has a question. I don't see any hand raised. Go ahead.
I invite Director Guillory to comment on the matter of whether the car show was in 2022 was included in the budget or not, to clarify that.
Yes, the car show specifically is budgeted at $15,000, and then the other city events are $100,000, and this was included in the adopted budget for 2022.
Okay. So only 15 additional was needed for the car show this year because 15 was already included. Thank you.
Thank you for the clarification.
You're welcome.
Questions, Councilmember Thomas?
Yeah, just a kind of a clarification. The car show for fiscal year 21-22, we will be having 2 car shows within that single fiscal year, because the car show for 2021 was postponed, and it actually occurred in this current fiscal year.
Yes, that's the missing piece to this puzzle. Thanks for reminding us of that.
Sure.
It was included in the budget and it was expended because the car show didn't take place in June, it took place in September. So we do need an additional $30,000 for car show June 2022. Thank you for reminding us of that.
Thank you, Councilmember Thompson. Thank you, Mr. Picasso. The public comments, Madam City Clerk, please go ahead.
Yes, Cordell Handler.
Yes, can you hear my voice?
Yes.
Good. So, good evening again, Mayor Salini, council members. My name is Cordell Handler, and I'm a Richmond resident. So, thank you, Maria, for that presentation. So, as the mayor has indicated, you got 2 possible vendors that will do the display the fireworks show. So, and I don't want to sound bold, but I said I will go with the first option. Think about those $6,500. I'm thinking that's really cheap. And so I will go with option 1 because I mean these vendors have like deadlines and they have to get it out there as soon as possible. So I'm asking that the council would consider go with option 1. I think $6,500 sounds reasonable. Just think for 20 minutes of fireworks displaying in Pinole, that would be a miracle. So I will save my comments for the last item under old business, and that's it.
Thank you. Just to clarify, the $6,500 is not for a fire show. It was for the drone show. A fire show, it's more costly than that. Thank you.
Mayor, there are no more public comments.
Ms. Picasso, can you please clarify how much a fire show costs?
The fireworks show cost, and we'll bring that up.
I just want to clarify, make it clear to the public that the $6,500, I believe, was not the fireworks show.
I believe that was for the laser light show, for a basic laser light show.
Thank you. That's a laser light show. Do you have any costs for the firework?
Yes, I'm bringing that up.
Thank you.
The cost for devastating pyrotechnics, the cost for their show, excluding the permits, was $38,100, and that was either for a show on Sunday, July 3rd or Monday, July 4th. There was no cost difference for that show. And then the second vendor, Fireworks and Stage FX, they included two proposals. So there was one proposal for $37,000, excluding the permits, for Saturday, July 2nd. And they also submitted a proposal for $40,000 for Sunday, July 3rd or Monday, July 4th, excluding the permits.
48,000 for either Sunday or Monday, correct?
40,000, correct.
40, okay. Thank you. Thank you for the clarification. I'll return it back to the council for discussion, please. Councilmember Tayev, I know you've been waiting patiently. I will get back to Councilmember Tayev on hearing. Mayor Pro Tem Murphy.
Yeah, I just wanted to provide some context as to why I also a couple of weeks ago was asking for some alternatives and wanted to clarify too that what I'm hearing is that the light show or the laser show is a cheaper alternative. I was kind of receiving some feedback from our community around fireworks, and I know that fireworks are traditionally connected to 4th of July. And I'm certainly not a 4th of July Grinch. But two things that, really speak to the work of this council and certainly the work of our community, are our focus around the environment and sustainable practices. And I do know that fireworks aren't necessarily as sustainable as we would like them to be. And they do, add to our increasing carbon emissions. And so I just wanted to clarify that the alternatives that Director Picasso has pulled together are technically, a little bit more sustainable and certainly cheaper. But also I wanted to say that point two is that our community has a lot of animals that will be impacted by the fireworks. So I do know that is something to consider in our decision making. To make this easier for those who are wondering, I personally am supportive of the fireworks. I do know that hopefully this fireworks show will be in alignment also to particularly to ensuring that our community is not doing separate fireworks, so we're not seeing them all night long in different areas of our community. And hopefully, this will be run with some type of public awareness campaign to say, don't buy your own fireworks, don't put your own fireworks out. We actually have one show for you for 15 to 20 minutes. And hopefully that would also decrease our overall carbon emissions and hopefully help our families, our pets. So I do want to say I'm thankful for, I don't know which council member brought this to everybody's attention, but I am thankful that this is something that we can bring back as a council. I think it's, it's quite costly, but I also think that this is one of those valuable opportunities to bring our community together, particularly as it seems like we are transitioning out of virtual and via Zoom. So it seems like it's going to be a great opportunity. So I'm looking forward to supporting staff's recommendation or supporting staff in the execution of a great fireworks show. But I also want to and hope that we can also prioritize the summer festival as well. I think that would be a great addition to the fireworks show. I'm partially tempted to even say it'd be great to see how that laser show goes and to see if we can receive some feedback for next year and see how folks enjoy everything and anything. This is also possibly an opportunity to see and survey the community once the event happens to see how folks enjoy what they enjoyed most about the fireworks celebration or the 4th of July celebration overall and see what we can do. So to summarize, would love for us to stick to as much as possible environmentally sustainable practices for our programming schedule. Number two, I am supportive of a fireworks show and the re-tradition, if you will, to that in our community. And then number three, would love to make sure as an addendum to that show, we either have the 4th of July Summer Festival or the light show, the laser show as well. And then number 4, I would love for us to make sure we have some mechanism to survey folks about what they like best about the show and make sure we have some type of evaluation process after, actually it would be great to have that during the program itself, but certainly afterward too. So thank you.
Thank you, Council Mayor Pro Tem Murphy. Great suggestions. Councilmember Tave, you had the discussion or comments.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I think that Hercules moving forward with their planning, I think it's a perfect opportunity for us to partner. I think we should go that route and allocate funds to it. And as Councilmember Murphy mentioned, Councilmember Thompson, this is an evolving thing. Let's see how the fireworks go and see what the community, says about it. I mean, I can't deny that I've seen the videos for the drone shows, and it's beautiful. I'm not gonna, what I mean? It's a great show, but I'd like to see if we could partner with Hercules, have the fireworks show, and as council debriefs and staff debriefs, maybe this thing can change into something different. And as we hear from the community, I think things will evolve from there. But I think us doing the fireworks and us not having these fireworks for a long time will be great for the community. I know that there's a lot of sentiment. I've said this before at other meetings, so I won't say too much more other than I think the community coming out of COVID needs this symbol, and it'll be great for us to move forward with. So I'm in favor of moving the fireworks forward. I'm not sure if a motion, Mr. Mayor, do you want to call for more question or comment?
I just would like to give an opportunity, Councilmember Jeff, for all the other council members to talk before we can make a motion. If you don't mind. But I'm with you. Councilmember Thoms, please.
Sure. As I indicated, I am interested in pursuing a partnership with the city of Hercules on this for fireworks. I think it could be an extended show if they can make it work.
Thank you, Councilmember Thoms. Councilmember Martinez-Rubin, any comments?
Thank you. Let's give it a try with Hercules. We just have another week to go, I think. And then if that doesn't fly, then we're going to go to consider the alternatives. We have a little bit more time with that.
Okay, that's a great suggestion. I would, let me, here are my comments. The end is the same, but the order is different. What I suggest us to do is to move with our own direction of having our own firework so that we are ready and we don't have to come back to the council for direction. What I would suggest to do is a combination of what Mayor Pro Tem Murphy said and what Councilmember Tave and Thoms and Councilmember Martinez-Rubin said. If I combine everybody's answer, we need to create an institution here, an event that can be there every single year. I think that's great to create an event for 4th of July that we'll have on Saturday, July 2nd. And every year it'll be good to have an event for 4th of July that will be the Saturday of the week of 4th of July. And that event would cost the city of Pinole $15,000 as indicated by Director Picasso. There's one item I would recommend the city to do. Item number 2 that we recommend the city to move forward is to organize our own firework. And the reason why I would like to organize our own firework is because that would give us an option to have it paid and planned in the event of the city of Hercules not willing to work with us. So I would like to move forward with their own event firework and also extend it to the city of Hercules and tell them that we are still willing to work with them. If they are not willing to work with us, that will give us an option to still keep our date and not be on the bottom of the list, because those dates are picking up by vendors very, very fast. And who knows if we're to lose another 2-3 days, another 2-3 weeks, who knows if we'll be able to have our own firework. So what I would invite the council, and this is my suggestion, is to create a festival on July Saturday 2nd, and also have a firework event on that day. And reach out also to the city of Hercules and find out if they are willing to do a joint event with us. And if they are not, then we keep our July 2nd firework. And if they are willing to work with us, then we can go and work with the city of Hercules. But I do not want to I don't want to lose a date and have another council meeting just because of winning of the city of Hercules. I want us to be securing our dates and move forward And if the city of Hercules wants to move with the city of Pinole, then we can move together. I don't know if I've been clear here enough. Any questions? Councilmember Martinez, Ruben, go ahead.
Yeah, I think the matter of the dates, I believe Hercules may be set on July 4th. It's the question of whether they are going to do some cost sharing with us and where the fireworks would be launched. So that puts a little wrinkle on what you've just suggested.
So on July Saturday 2nd, the cost of doing a firework is $37,000 based on what Ms. Picasso told me. And I believe on any other days, 48,000, is that correct?
It's 40,000, and that price does not include the permits or staffing cost. That's just for the fireworks show.
Yes.
Also, I'm
sorry, 48? You said 48? Okay,
40,000 for the show on either Sunday or Monday. On Saturday, it was 37,000. I also want to note that the festival is a separate cost from the fireworks show.
Thank you for the clarification. So I would like the city of Pinole to have its own festival on July 2nd and its own firework, and extend the invitation to the city of Hercules if they want to move forward. Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Murphy, please.
Oh, I was just clarifying, were you making a motion, Mayor, or were you?
I would like somebody to make a motion on that part, please.
Mayor, prior to that, we do have one public comment. Wanted to take that.
Let me, I think we already went to public comments. I just want to clarify, we closed the public comment session of it. Let me see 1 second, please.
I think we did go through public comment.
We already closed the public comment section of that. And City Attorney Casher, can you please clarify and just that at this moment, public session comment have been closed?
I believe so. You can reopen the public comment and take public comment if you like, but it's at your discretion.
Okay, I will leave it closed at this moment. Councilmember Tave.
I can appreciate my second. I think we should have the event on July 4th. I mean, there's a few things that can happen. Hercules changes their mind and, or decides to not do fireworks or something else. I think we should start with fireworks and a viewing. I think the festival is a lot to tackle, especially during that weekend. Let's just have a 20-minute, 30-minute event, where people could come out, fellowship, and watch the fireworks, and plan that. That it's a small event. Last meeting I felt like a festival would be great, and we could really do a lot here. But I think just having the fireworks is something that we can start with, and
yes,
let this program go. I know that it's overlapping with Hercules, but that's okay. I think our first stop should be to approach Hercules to see if we can combine our efforts. But at the end of the week, that's a short timeline to get a yes, and it may be a no. So I think that this council should commit to an event, commit to the fireworks, and see where this event takes us. So that's how I feel about it.
Thank you, Councilmember Tave. I think the advantage of having a festival, it's also increased the revenue of the city's local businesses too, because people will be coming, will be spending money. There will be something recurring on an annual basis. But hear what you're saying. Any other comments here? I don't hear any. I will close discussion here, and I will open public comments here because I believe that we have a person who wanted to ask a question.
Yes, Debbie Long. Ms. Long, are you able to unmute yourself? Mayor, it doesn't appear that she is unmuting, and there are no more public comments.
Okay, no problem. No more public comments. I do appreciate, so I close this unless they come back and they wish to talk. That we have discussed, and let's move forward with the council member making a suggestion here to move forward, please.
I'll motion to do the fireworks show. I would like to see our staff reach out to Hercules to see if we can do a combined show first. And if not, on July 4th, have I think it was a 10-minute to 20-minute show as suggested.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Taylor. I just want to break your motion, if I may. Because then we have to decide which contractor we want to use. Your motion, just to clarify, is to have a 4th of July show on Monday, July 4th, with the City of Hercules. If it's not possible, the City of Pinole will move forward, correct? Can you please give us a deadline on when the City of Hercules needs to provide us direction, please?
I would look to the city manager what would be appropriate at that point.
My understanding is they're set to make their determination by the end of this week. So I would say, so it sounds like the motion is to approach the City of Hercules with an offer to cost share on a fireworks show on 4th of July, assuming it's at a location that's going to be viewable to Pinoleans. And if that's not going to work with Hercules, for Pinole to move forward with its own fireworks show on 4th of July. And we do not need to select a vendor. We do need direction on how much money to spend. The contracting issue is kind of separate. The proposals were really just to illustrate what the cost and what the offerings were.
Can you give us a deadline by the time you would like to get an answer?
How about Friday?
Just to clarify, Friday, February 18th, 5 p.m.
Sounds good, yeah.
So, Councilmember Tave, I need a time, an amount, and a deadline. Please restate your motion.
So a motion to move forward with the fireworks show on July 4th at Friday the 18th at 5 o'clock. I would like to have an answer on whether or not we're going to be partnering with Hercules or moving forward with the show for Pinole.
In the amount of?
What do we have, 70,000? 50,000? What was the original cost?
The total cost, including staff time and for a show on the 4th of July would be from $54,770.
$54,770.
Okay, so we have a motion on the table. Any second, please? Second?
Yes.
Seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Murphy.
A second. I do have a question too.
Go ahead, please.
Actually, I have a clarification. The date we're talking about is July 4th, correct?
Monday, July 4th, yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
City Manager Murray, can you clarify, is that a holiday, a citywide holiday? Okay, so we would be asking staff to work. I mean, obviously you all would handle. I'm just making sure. Okay, thank you. I'm just like, what days do we have holidays these days, and which days don't we? Okay, that's totally fine. And then I'm just going to ask the second question before we vote on the motion. With regards to the summer festival, I see here the date is only available July 2nd. Director Picasso, is that the only date that we have vendors available to do a festival in addition to the fireworks show?
For the 4th of July weekend, yes. Some of the vendors have open availability throughout the month of July, but specifically there was vendors that only had the July 2nd. Most of the vendors were already booked for the 4th of July weekend.
Okay.
For the actual 4th of July.
Okay, that's unfortunate, but thank you.
Thank you. So we have a motion in a second, correct? Seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Murphy. Madam City Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
No.
Councilmember Toms.
Can I just clarify that this is just the fireworks and it's not a festival on the motion?
That's correct.
Okay, then yes.
Councilmember Tave.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy.
Yes.
Mayor Salimi.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Motion carries, and Councilmember Tave and the rest of the council members, I also would like to clarify us to make a motion in the event that the City of Hercules is not willing to move forward with the City of Pinole, or in the event that we do not hear any answer back from the City of Hercules by Friday, February 18 by 5 p.m. We need to make a motion to clarify on how the city should be moving forward if we don't hear anything from them.
That wasn't included in the original motion?
It was.
So I consider that direction from council that we'll proceed to organize, to arrange to have our own show if we are not able to hear from Hercules that they want to collaborate.
If it's clear enough, we'll decide to leave it as it is. Thank you very much, and congratulations, and let's celebrate 4th of July. Mayor Pro Tem Murphy, you had something to add, please.
I was just going to add, I know Councilor Tave mentioned that this is just a fireworks show. I was happy to support that, but I would really like what we've had before, which is a very centered, like community-centered focus. I know that Director Picasso, you've done all the work you can, but if there's any way that we can think about ways to allow community groups to table at said fireworks show, maybe like even an hour or 2 hours before the fireworks show starts. Like I said, I'd be personally happy to be a partner on this, but I also just think there is so much value in community events that I would hate for folks just to show up to a fireworks show. I know that's important for some people, but I think equally important is the community aspect of people talking, connecting, eating food, shopping at Pinole businesses downtown. Those are aspects I definitely would want as a part of this event. And it's part of the reason why I will support something like a fireworks show happening in Pinole, is because I think there's a community aspect that will be centered. I trust that you've done this so many times, so I trust that you will bring that. I just wanted to say that as we move this forward.
Okay.
Thank you.
So just to clarify, would that mean that we should move forward to planning a festival as well on the 4th of July, or is this just the fireworks show?
Thank you. I'll be happy to clarify. Right now, the direction provided by the council to our staff is to reach out to the City of Hercules if we don't to do a joint effort in the amount of $54,000, up to $54,000. If we don't hear anything from the City of Hercules by Friday the 18th at 5 p.m., then the City of Pinole will move forward by organizing its own firework only on Monday, July 4th, up to the amount of $54,000. And we have not selected the vendors. I will let the city staff to select the appropriate vendor. And this is what we voted on.
And so my understanding, it sounds like Mayor Pro Tem is suggesting kind of an ancillary activity, which is some opportunity for the community to gather at some community point on that day in advance of the fireworks show, but maybe not what we would consider a festival because we wouldn't be bringing in vendors on that day, but some other opportunity, maybe simply a stated park location and a time to invite people to come together and invite community groups to table and city staff to table. So I think that is feasible. It wouldn't be $15,000. We wouldn't have vendors. It would be a different kind of event. But if somebody would like to make a motion and provide direction to staff to arrange that, I think that's perfectly feasible.
Mayor Pro Tem, go ahead, please.
Sure, I'll move, in the spirit of 4th of July, I will move for us to create some kind of democracy circle, if you will, that allows for a space to, let's see, how did you put it here? Because I'm going to use you all's words directly. A space for city departments and local organizations to table before the event and provide information. And we'll call it a democracy circle, 4th of July democracy circle, if that's fun enough for folks.
Is this enough information for staff to understand what the direction is?
Yeah, it sounds like there was a motion. If there's a second vote, then we'll. Yeah.
Second, I second it. Roll call, please.
And can I get a clarification?
Councilmember Tom, sorry. I don't see your hand raised.
Oh, that's true. I'm sorry. Is there, it's campaign season. Are we anticipating that there would be campaigning happening in the city park? Or is this just nonprofits?
I hadn't really considered that possibility. I guess I would defer to the city attorney to determine whether we could restrict the organizations that were able to table. I don't know.
I don't know the answer to that question right now. I think it is a good question. If the council would like to direct us to move forward with this kind of event or democracy circle or this community gathering, we could provide some direction to those who are interested in tabling, and we could place restrictions if there are any that would need to be placed to restrict political activities if that's needed, if that's determined that we're not permitted to do that. So I think we could move forward with this direction and then provide that level of guidance later on if needed.
Yeah. And to clarify with my motion, it's a public event, so I would expect anyone who would traditionally be invited to public events to be able to come to this.
Thank you, Councilmember Martinez-Rubin.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I would support that it is an open public event, and I would support that the actual the participation of the vendors be the nonprofits and the private sellers that we have gotten in the past, and that campaigning not be allowed. And I would also, it's a 4th of July event. It's tempting to call it a democracy circle. That alone makes it, to me, a government kind of event somehow, rather than a fun 4th of July, let's celebrate in the spirit of wanting to be gathered as a community. It's just, and you know this because you're into framing and in certain ways and getting certain results. So, back to the matter of the types of vendors, that they not be campaign related would be what I would support.
Thank you, Councilmember Martinez-Rubin. We have a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Martinez-Rubin.
I'm sorry, the motion again is?
Councilmember Murphy, please restate your motion.
The city clerk restate it.
Yes, the way that I heard the motion was to direct staff to provide or to organize a democracy circle or space where information can be shared in the hours preceding the fireworks show that is arranged on July 4th. Does that need further clarification?
Mayor, Mr. Murray.
Yeah, so I'll note that there was reference made to vendors. We're not intending to do vendors. It's really local organizations to share information. I'm not certain that we would be able to prevent, say, a nonprofit campaign committee from participating in an event like that. So if that's a concern of council members, staff is indifferent on that matter. We don't have an opinion one way or the other. But if it's a concern of council members that they would not like to have an event at which those types of organizations are present, then that would be a consideration. I'm not certain that we would be able to restrict them. They're local nonprofits like other local nonprofits. I defer to the city attorney if he knows otherwise, but I wouldn't go forward secure in the knowledge that there's some administrative way to prevent those organizations from participating.
I think this is City Clerk Bell. I think that a concern that I'm sort of hearing through the lines is that I know that we all know is that city resources shouldn't be used in campaigning activities, and so there's specific guidance around that. I agree with City Attorney Kasher. We can provide that specific guidance if that is a concern to members of the council, and that can happen after this meeting.
Thank you, City Clerk Bell.
City Clerk Bell, do you mean to suggest that you think it would be possible, due to the need to prevent the use of public resources to support political campaigning, it would be possible to exclude campaign committees from participating in the event?
I think I'm hearing a concern that I think we can address more closely and specifically by looking at those questions and then providing guidance. I mean, it sounds to me like we're talking about a public event, and it sounds like we're also talking about a suggestion that there might be campaign-related activities there. So, I defer to the city attorney, but I think I'm just sort of reinforcing the guidance that he provided around that issue.
Yeah, and through the chair, if I could just briefly clarify, it's really kind of a function of if this is a city-sponsored event, and just depending on the level of resources that are being committed and assistance that we might be providing to some of the different organizations that might attend, there is an open question about whether or not that would be permitted for political, or that would cross that line of the use of public resources for political activity. So I would just want to defer that particular decision until we've had a chance to analyze it. And I think we could do that after the fact, because I just don't feel comfortable making a judgment call on that right now. I think we need to look into that.
Okay, let's table this discussion for a different time here, if it's okay for you, Mayor Pro Tem Murphy. I think the deadline was ready to providing direction so we get at least the fireworks ready.
Yeah.
But when it comes to discussion about the democracy event day, we don't really have a deadline that needs to be provided by the end of March. And why don't we table the discussion and come back at a later time with a little bit more information from the staff?
Motion. So, Mayor, with all due respect, there's a motion on the table. I'm not retracting my motion.
Yes.
Second to that motion. And so what I would suggest is I use the same language that's provided in the staff report. I think what I was hearing from at least one counselor was concerns regarding political affiliation. I don't know if we're talking about the 4th of July. I thought that's what we were talking about. It is a bit to describe and talk about what is freedom for some folks, of course, to our country. So this is a public event. As I've seen on the staff report, one of those options provided an opportunity for, it says, opportunity directly for city departments and local organizations to table the event and provide information. With that information that I was giving as a counselor, as a mayor pro tem, I use that same language and reiterate that that's the space I want to create. If we want to call it a democracy circle, that's great. If we don't, that's fine too. I'll leave it to City Attorney Kasher and the City Clerk Bell to, after this motion is voted on, depending upon how that goes, for you all to direct the organizations that are allowed to use the city resources. And those who can't, that's fine too. Whether or not we agree or disagree with those political organizations, it is a public event. Everyone is invited to these spaces. Does that clarify? Fantastic. So I would like to keep my motion on the table, and I think there was a second.
Okay, that's, thank you. We are still in discussions. I understand. I'd like to hear a little bit more from the staff coming back to us, because I'm not thinking about the events, Mayor Pro Tem, because one of the challenges that we have, you also have other events organized and sponsored by the city of Pinole at a different time in the year. And I think about National Night Out, where we do have community members who are politically active and promoting their own circle. So I want to make sure that whatever decisions we're providing today is not being grandfathering other decisions for city organized event. And I am in favor of your organization, but I don't want to of your event, sir. But I don't want any decision made tonight to impact National Night Out events or any other events organized by the city of Pinole. That's why I would like the staff to get back to us and table the discussion. But that was my opinion, just because I want to make sure that the implementation would be on National Night Out if we were to move forward with your recommendation tonight. I'd like the staff to get back to us to clearly understand what I'm voting on. We have a motion and a second. Roll call.
And I have one comment.
One comment, please go ahead.
Just for staff to understand, or to just to identify that Bayfront Park is a small space, and we want to be cognizant of if there's going to be tabling by anyone, nonprofits or anyone, that they need to clear those tables out of the lawn area, because that becomes very busy by spectators. So at a certain time, there needs to be a time in which the tabling ends and the lawn area is opened up.
And we have less room that we used to have 10 years ago because of the extension of the water sewer treatment plant. I remember back in 2008, we have room to sit, and people don't wait until 10 o'clock to go and see the fireworks. They actually are there sometimes at 6 p.m.
Yes.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second.
Yeah, and Mayor, I think there's a public comment if you are allowing that, but I just wanted to let you know.
Thank you. Let's see. No, I will, at this moment, I close the section for public comment, and I will just move forward, please. Roll call.
Councilmember Martinez-Rubin?
Yes.
Councilmember Tons?
Yes.
Councilmember Tave?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy?
Yes.
Mayor Salini?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Excellent. Next item on the agenda will be item 11C, receive information and provide direction on a capital improvement plan, CIP project. Good evening, City Engineer Mishra.
Okay, good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem and council members. I will have Misa lead the presentation on the CIP projects.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, staff, and those watching at home. Tonight, I will be presenting information on our CIP projects and seeking council direction on implementation of these projects. So the CIP is our 5-year plan used to identify and implement the city's capital needs. Our current adopted CIP contains 39 projects. For the current fiscal year, there are 31 projects slated for work. And tonight we'll begin with an overview of the projects that are currently underway, which are organized into 2 categories: our infrastructure projects and our master planning projects. So here we have 17 projects that are underway, 11 of which are infrastructure, and the 6 are the master planning efforts. The slide shows the current phase of the infrastructure projects, starting from initiation to construction. The marker that's here indicates where the project is, and the milestones are listed on the bottom. So from design of contract award, construction contract awarded, and project acceptance. Next, similarly, as I mentioned, there's 6 master planning projects, and we can also see the various phases here, as well as the milestones described on the bottom. And then again, the marker kind of identifies exactly where we are. Next, I'll be discussing 6 projects. 4 of them are in the facilities category, 1 is in the parks, and 1 is in the sanitary sewer. The details of these particular projects are in the agenda packet, but I will just summarize them here. So as it relates is the first project, which is the energy upgrades project. The original project was to replace the HVAC system at City Hall and the Senior Center. But over time, the scope of this project has evolved to exploring various energy efficiency programs. We looked at incentivizing the HVAC replacement, some lighting upgrades, installation of the charging stations, and a battery energy storage at our youth center. At this time, staff recommends that we issue a formal solicitation to invite proposals from independent consulting firms to complete an objective energy audit. This audit would cover all city facilities and make recommendations on energy efficiency, generation, and storage. Recently, if you recall, City Council directed staff to move forward with an EV charging station feasibility study. So that work would now become a component of this energy audit that we're recommending. Until that energy audit is complete, we recommend deferring the installation of the battery storage system at the youth center, as well as pending completion of our emergency operations plan that's currently being updated. Also, if council approves us completing this energy audit, then staff will return to council with a detailed budget and scope to perform that. The next project is the emergency power for critical facilities. As I just mentioned, we recommend deferring this project until that EOP is complete. We do have generators at our public safety building, at Fire Station 74, as well as our wastewater treatment plant. Next, as it relates to the municipal broadband project, the city is currently working on an economic development strategy, which will gather input from the business and development community to analyze broadband along with a variety of other factors that would make Pinole competitive for various business types. So we recommend deferral of this project until completion of the development strategy. The last project in the facilities category is the development of the Senior Center auxiliary parking lot. We retained a consultant to develop conceptual plans in order to maximize the parking by combining the existing parking that serves the Senior Center with the lot that housed the former Fowler House. We're joined by the consultant tonight to answer any detailed questions we have. Attachment B of the agenda packet has the memo which summarizes the project and the build-out scenarios. There were 5 scenarios that are described in the memo. All the scenarios offer a net increase of either 19 to 20 parking stalls. In summary, the full build-out scenario would offer a paved lot with striping, lighting, bicycle parking, EV stations, stormwater capture and retention, as well as landscaping. And in the alternative scenario, instead of paving the lot, the design installs gravel rock, which is permeable, and it doesn't trigger the stormwater requirements for the installation of EV stations. But we explored the alternative scenario with and without the installation of EV stations, and that's a total of 5 level 2 charging ports. The cost estimate that's in the agenda packet assumes that no major electrical upgrades would be necessary at the senior center to install this charging infrastructure. And also, we explore solar and the estimated cost to make the parking lot solar ready, irrespective of which build-out option, for approximately an addition of $160,600. The next project is recycled water, and staff recommends deferring this project until the next fiscal year, allowing staff additional time to conduct further research to identify a viable project. The last project is in the parks category. We explored installation of the bocce ball court at Fernandez Park, but due to the dimensions of the court, we couldn't find a suitable space. We recommend deferring this project until we complete the park master plan, which will help us determine the need for the courts and appropriate locations for installation. So many of the projects that are currently underway have been carried over from previous years, and many of them are multi-year efforts. A number of the projects in the CIP cannot be completed due to various factors noted on this slide. And so our recommendation, in addition to the projects that I discussed above, is to defer the ones that are listed in the left. All these projects were slated for completion this year. So the ones in the left are the projects that staff recommends for deferral. And if the recommendations are approved by council tonight, the projects listed on the right would be the projects for fiscal year 2021-22. And I also note that the deferral is a separate action, and then also us getting your feedback on the preferred build out for the senior center. And I'm happy to share my screen for the memo or scroll through any of the slides if we have additional questions. But that concludes the presentation portion, and now I'm open for questions and seeking your direction.
Thank you very much. If we can go back to the previous slide so that everybody get to understand and see whether the current project and the one that we want to implement and which one we want to defer. Thank you very much. Excellent presentation. Do we have any question here from any council members? Mayor Pro Tem Murphy?
Yes, thank you so much, Ms. Carr. I was just asking, when you say the projects on the right, just for clarity, when you say they're slated, can you just explain a little bit more about what that means and what the public should expect out of the projects on the right?
Yes, that's a great question. So many of these projects that are listed here are already currently underway. So that means we're already working on these projects. It does not mean that all of them will be completed. It will mean some of them are multi-year efforts. For example, the San Pablo Avenue Bridge, as an example, we're in the preliminary design of that project. When we say that these projects will be completed this year, that means if work has not already started by the end of fiscal year, either RFPs will be issued or we'll move to construction. We'll be at a phase for these projects. So when we report on them next year, we will have already started on all of these. The ones on the left, we are asking to defer.
Okay. And then I understand that most of these projects have begun, and it doesn't seem like traditionally in our CIP we include the closure of said projects. Is it possible to start getting that type of report in estimated times even, or is that just not best practice?
You mean for the projects that are currently underway?
In this case, all the projects, probably including if we decide to do that, the deferred projects as well. Is it possible to get some estimated times on the completion of said projects? Sorry, I'm reading.
Yes, it is. The only caution I have is, for example, on a certain project, we might need to seek direction, or sometimes we are waiting on grant funds to move certain things forward. But we can certainly provide estimates of when we anticipate completion of these projects, or note that some of them are multi-year and expected to take longer.
Gotcha. Okay, gotcha. And then can you explain, the one thing I would just say, just because it literally says emergency, can you give a little bit more of a description as to why the deferral for emergency power critical facilities would be deferred? I'm only learning that because it says emergency and none of the other projects says emergency.
Right, yeah, that nomenclature was assigned during this last, when we approved the CIP. So the idea was that we want to be prepared in case of an emergency, and we want to have power at our critical facilities. And I mentioned that the 3 facilities, we already do have backup power in case of an emergency. But once our emergency operations plan is updated, which is currently underway, we'll know which ones, if any, have changed from being designated our critical facility. We don't think, in terms of like if we were going to add battery storage at one of our facilities, unless we know that that's a critical facility, we don't know if that's the best use of our funds until the EOP really defines that particular facility to be critical.
And then my last question to you is, this visualization is very helpful for someone like me. I do very well at visuals, not always the best at staff reports, but I do my best. Is it possible for us to figure out some way of incorporating I guess we haven't made the decision yet, but let's say hypothetically the council agreed to the deferred projects you have recommended here. If we did agree to that, is it possible for us to figure out a way to engage the public in prioritization of the projects when you come back, before you come back to us about those projects? Or have you thought, yes, I know that's possible, but have you thought about what that would look like?
We have thought about, so we have projects, and we have thought about possibly coming to council with categories for scoring and developing some type of matrix in terms of which ones could be prioritized. So if that is council's wish, we can certainly come back with a staff recommendation on a matrix and then allow council's direction on if you want to change the scoring or move things up or down. We can certainly do that.
Great to know. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Murphy. Councilmember Tave.
Well, thank you for the presentation. I'm looking at this list, and a couple things that jumped out at me were citywide roof repairs and replacement, which kind of leads me to believe that we have building envelope problems. And I'm kind of wondering why, similar to the emergency power, is it cost that drives this to the deferred column? Is it grants that drive this to the deferred column? When I look at all of this, it's kind of like we could say, yeah, we're going to have this project, and then all of a sudden it stalls out completely because we don't have staff or we're waiting on a grant. And so I guess there's this component of, well, how realistic is this project, right? And all those dimensions that add into that. And so when we say recycle water or broadband, like in my mind, there's an opportunity there for us to do a project. But at any point that can be on deferred maintenance, and a grant or some kind of money pops in, it pushes this into, okay, we got to go for this, and it's now a right now project. I guess what I'm saying is that given all of these factors here, are we just in this kind of aqueous state waiting for something to actually, start and finish or accelerate, and all of a sudden we drop city resources into it and we're getting it done? I kind of see this large list, and I think to myself, well, any one of these can happen at any point, at any time, in any year, and we're just adjusting our budget to fit. Is that kind of what we're looking at here, or is it? I'm just looking at this, I'm used to seeing a project schedule saying this is going to start this day.
I'm with you, Councilmember Taylor. I just want to get in here.
The question I have is, how are we prioritizing these now? And I'm thinking that we probably do need a matrix with these dimensions on there so that we can help focus staff. Is that something that's missing, or? I'm trying to understand, looking at this list, it's all things that we put on CIP, and
nothing happened.
Mr. Mayor, there's no.
I know we have. I'm sorry.
Can I say this?
Yeah, go ahead.
Can I say this one thing? No, nothing happened, but at any moment, 5 of these can be a hot item that staff is now stressed to try to figure out how to do. I'm trying to figure out, how do we commit to these projects, put the resources in, and kind of structure it so that it's something that everybody can work on and move forward with.
I will clarify, many of the projects that we're currently working on are multi-year efforts. So if we've already begun something, we're in the process of moving it forward. And one of the, I would say one of the biggest drivers is if there is grant funding that was committed to a certain project. Usually we have, for like our roads projects, we have sensitive timelines with Caltrans to move things forward. Yes, there are project prioritization things that we try to coordinate together. For example, rehabilitation on Tennant Avenue is coordinated with the crossing improvements at the railroad crossing, because that would build in project efficiencies, and then it's easier to coordinate those things. So on that note, we try to coordinate things, but in terms of, developing a matrix, our priority matrix, I think for the new projects, that's definitely helpful so that staff knows what your priorities are. But as it stands in terms of moving the projects that are here, we already are in the process and have already begun these projects. So we don't, it's not that we, would like to pick and choose one from the deferred list. It's more so of moving the ones forward that we've already committed to.
So I can add something to Misa's point here. Just looking at the deferral projects, most of those projects really we're trying to, if it depends on a master plan, it depends on a guidance from another document. We just don't want to go ahead and jump on and actually do something. And when the master plan comes out, then we realize, okay, that was not a critical facility. We should not have spent money there. It just becomes inefficient use of our capital improvement project. Same thing with the recycled water projects. The recycled water master plan really, when we researched it, whether we could do anything about it, the reason for that actually we said defer it because our research showed that there was some movement with East Bay Mart's recycled water plan, which is, if there is a business possibility with Phillips 66, then only it will move forward. And we also try to find out whether inside the city, what can we do with recycled water? So we're actually reaching out to City of Hayward, as actually was directed by the council, to get a presentation to get a better idea. But before that, the research we did, we understood that we really cannot do this recycled water unless we have a tertiary water treatment facility there. So that means that project has to happen first before we can actually, make use of that. So those are the kind of considerations when you're looking at each of this project. There is something major hindrance, or we are waiting for a particular plan or particular thing to be completed before we can jump into those projects. That is how we come up with what we can do and what we should defer. It is not really, completely thrown out, so that we get better information to include it in the next CIP. That was the whole idea.
Well, if I may add, our capital planning process is going through an evolution. So, in an ideal world, you would know the condition of all of your assets, and then you would know what needs to be replaced on what schedule or rehabilitated to a certain level on some schedule. And that would tell you that's your prioritization. The city of Pinole doesn't have those, asset condition assessments. So what our capital plan has been is a couple high value capital improvement projects here and there, and then a hodgepodge of other things that have been suggested it's not a strategic plan yet. And so we're trying to build the foundation of that by doing these assessments. But otherwise, it's just kind of a Christmas tree of different ideas that don't necessarily all hang together. So we're trying to strike the right balance of doing some assessments that'll really define what the work program is for our key assets while leaving a little bit of room for some novel projects. But some of these are not like a bocce ball court. I'm not making a statement about how valuable that, I know that there are some members of the community who really want it, maybe some who are less enthusiastic. There's no core infrastructure that's being served by developing a bocce ball. There's no master plan that says we need to do that. The same is true, for instance, with some of these other projects. And so our current plan, it's not like a traditional facilities master plan, capital plan, right? It isn't, we know what the building is, we know what all of its systems are, we've done an assessment, and we can plug that into a maintenance management system, and it'll tell us what projects we need. It's a lot more complex because we're talking about adding new assets, without having a clearly defined need for them. So I think that's one of the challenges.
Yeah, and I completely understand. What I'm looking at is, I know the sanitary sewer collection system master plan, right? That's going to be a driver for a lot of the work that's coming down the line, and potentially even more CIP projects associated with it. The park master plan, another one where it's going to be a driver to how much operations, what we have in operations to be able to service where we want to see our parks at. I guess what I'm saying is, when I'm looking at the local road safety, these 3 projects, I know that they've been on, since I've gotten here, they've been on that list of trying to move them forward. And I'm trying to figure out, okay, those plans are going to govern what we need moving forward. Do we need to put more money and resources to that so that we have that asset condition, we have that information to start prioritizing? Because I'm looking at all the other projects, yes, they're all needs, but we're still, whatever is blocking those plans, I think we got to get those out first so that we know and have direction, and that rolls right into the strategic plan, or rolls up to the strategic plan as well. So I'm just trying to figure out how do those, what's holding those up? Is it just staff time on all the rest of the other projects that we have lingering?
So I'll respond to that. There's a short reference in the staff report to this, which is, the Public Works Capital Projects program is going through a rebuild itself. So we were in transition without a Public Works director for a period. We had some part-time interims, but we really don't have the staff capacity. The City Council authorized a Public Works analyst position that has not yet been filled for various reasons. So yeah, we're not even fully staffed at the budgeted level. And so, even if we get to that fully staffed at the budget level, it's still a very modest level of staffing for the size of our capital footprint, and the fact that we don't have some of the foundational elements like these assessments to inform a capital program. So the capital program staff is pretty busy just trying to execute these master plans, and while trying to keep some of the routine annual maintenance programs going, like the road repaving. So staffing, I would say, and the resource allocation is really the limiting reagent, and that's not something that we can change overnight. Luckily, we have filled some key vacancies. We have the budgeted positions from the City Council, but they need some time to gain some traction and get things moving.
Mr. Mayor, can I ask one more question, and then I'll leave it. Is there a way to augment staff? I know that in the past, when we had people leave, we had 4-leaf come in, or another agency to help augment, to say, hey, your job is to move this park master plan along and keep this thing, on task. I don't know if it's something that it's needed, or if that was an avenue that you had approached. Just wondering, is that an option even at this point, or is it something that we're going to have this master plan done, in a month, and then wait 6 months before we can actually implement it? I mean, I'm just trying to figure out, in your mind, City Manager, where the timing of these things, and making sure that they're getting the attention.
So we did just execute an agreement with a construction management and administration firm, Anchor CM. Actually, I believe they were on our on-call list, but we hadn't engaged them recently to do the project management on some of these projects. But it is also the case that there's still, even when you hire a consultant to do these projects, there still needs to be a staff person who is doing the project scoping and other elements. And so there's still a bandwidth limitation, particularly with a list of projects this long. So we are outsourcing to try and bring in some additional helping hands, but that doesn't alleviate all of the limitations. And I think I think that's one of the reasons that staff wanted to reconnect with the council at this point on the CIP, which this isn't a traditional part of the CIP process. It became apparent when we went 6 months with a part-time interim public works director and not having filled the management analyst position, that we weren't going to be able to achieve all the projects. We'd rather talk about that now, the prioritization now, than at the end of the year. Director Mishra might have some thoughts and requests as part of the upcoming budget process regarding staffing. We haven't discussed those in detail, but this is really an enormous list of capital projects to undertake. And so if the council is serious about wanting the city to achieve these, there might need to be some additional resources allocated to it.
Well, I just want to say, I don't want to minimize what you guys are doing. This is a huge task. And I mean, just to get it on a slide like this so that we can see everything and make that comparison is an achievement on its own. And I appreciate the dialogue. I think that it's good for us to have this conversation in a public forum like that because it does give the context around, along with the report, but just the dialogue itself. People can understand that this is a lot, and managing this is even more, right? And so I just want to make sure they see this, they hear that dialogue, and see your guys' efforts. So thank you.
Excellent. Councilmember Thoms or Councilmember Martinez, any comments, questions? No question from you. I have a question to ask to staff here. First of all, I understand that many of our staff members just arrived and they have been, those projects were before they joined the staff, so it's kind of hard for them to provide us an update when they just join our staff. So thank you for your work. When I look at it, and because I've been on the council for 4 years, I see the construction projects shifting on a yearly basis. And one of the challenges that I have, and I've requested it, is we need to have a master schedule, a master Gantt chart. And that Gantt chart needs to be updated on an annual basis. I need to know exactly which project we are working on. What is the start date of this project? What is the finish date of this project? We need to create a baseline on a Gantt chart. And what I need to see is on 4 times per year, I need the staff to, as they come to provide us a CIP update, I need to know exactly where we stand. We need to put this project as a baseline, and we need to get an update of where this project started and where the end date is, and do it on an annual basis so that the council get to see a history of when this project started over a 5-year period. So we get to see that one project was supposed to start in 2018, and over the years it kept getting pushed. So we have an understanding on a Gantt chart visually of every single project. That's one thing that can help us understand why we are shifting on a yearly basis, and visually we can see that those projects have not been delivered 1 year by 5 years. We need to have a Gantt chart with the start date and the finish date of those projects, and we need to assign a baseline, and those needs to be updated twice per year and come back to the council so we get to see what started and what did not start and what was original baseline compared to the year prior. That's one item. Item number 2, what we need to look at and what we need to see is for the project that started and are ongoing, we need to do earned value management. I need to see what was our original cost, what is our earned value, and what is the forecasted cost. That will help me to analyze visually and see if a project is ahead of schedule or behind schedule. We need to do earned value management analysis on our existing project. Planned value, earned value, and actual cost. That will help the council visually to see, okay, this project started, it's ahead of project, it's ahead of schedule, below schedule, behind schedule, it's above budget and below budget. And then we can ask the question, why a project gets shifted for the last 5 years and find the reason. Right now, just too many information is being thrown to us, and it's hard for us to understand what is happening. Until we get a CPM schedule with a baseline that shows when those should have started compared to where we stand right now in earned value management, it's hard for us to provide you direction. Council, that was my questions. So my question is, Director Mishra, do you think we can get a Gantt chart on when the project should have been started and updated? I don't need to be it doesn't have to be, I just need to start it and to finish it for every single project here. We need to get a master schedule on a Gantt chart. Can we do that, please?
I will look at the previous year's CIP projects and see when it was started. I understand that the projects, the way it is denoted, like FA 1902, those projects were actually started in 2019. That is when it was first in the CIP. Same thing, I mean, all the project codes kind of bears the year, which year CIP it was first started. But if you want to look at it a little more closely, we can do that. I think we can provide you when it was started, and but the reason why it was delayed, I have to do some digging to figure out why it was delayed. But it is doable.
I don't need to know the reason why it was delayed, but I need to have a history of how many years this project have started as being delayed. Is that over 10 years or is it over 7 years? Because a lot of the projects that are being deferred are the same that were deferred 4 years ago. And until we can see it on the Gantt chart visually, it's hard for me to tell you. Do you think staff can provide us an earned value on the project that are actually ongoing? And all it is just start, finish, and actually what the value, the planned value, the earned value, and the actual cost. So we get to see if we are above budget, below budget, and if we are behind schedule, and by how many days.
Yeah, the cost information, I believe those are mostly a planning estimate. And those, unless we have a real cost or a biddable project where we have the cost from a contractor, it would be very hard for you to compare what is the real cost is. It will be still an estimate. Whatever we have planned in our CIP budget that I can extract from the last few years. And the project I see here, what we have in the CIP, I think the oldest project was from 2017. That is Paint City Hall and citywide roof repairs. That's all I can see as the oldest projects. Other than that, so that's 5 years.
Okay, thank you. That's 5 years that has been pushed to 2018, to 2019, to 2020, to 21, 22, and so on, and 2023, probably 2024, and so on. But if you can have this visually, that will help the council to prioritize and understand it and earn value. Another question I have to you is probably to the city manager. What happened to one of the projects that related to the energy conservation and generation improvement? City manager Murray, that's assessing and providing recommendation on energy conservation and generation improvements.
So that's the first project on the blue list, energy upgrades. And what we're saying is we've gotten various assessments from various vendors, many of whom have a vested interest in what they're assessing and recommending to us. And so we are recommending that the city hire an objective independent consulting firm to do an assessment of the energy efficiency, generation, and storage opportunities at our facilities. And then we go and find the appropriate vendor to implement those and the most beneficial way from the city's perspective to finance those. So we have not stopped doing the research on that. In fact, MCE recently gave us an assessment of energy storage opportunities at the youth center. But we're saying we really need a refresh of this approach, which is, as opposed to having a piecemeal piece where different organizations with different specialties and interests come in and essentially sell us solutions, it makes more sense to do something that's more, and it's very patchwork because they have specific program designs or funding. It makes more sense to do something that's more comprehensive. That's that project. So it hasn't gone away, it's still here. We just think we should take a different approach, having experienced the challenges of having had kind of a patchwork approach to it.
Thank you, because I believe this is one of those projects that can save the city over $14-15 million over a 30-year period. I don't think that's a valid estimate. I know that one of our vendors provided that estimate to us. I don't think it's credible.
Most of that savings comes way out at the tail end of the project, and it's incredibly speculative. So I do think there are opportunities, but that also is, you know, an organization that would love to sell us their financing model and their technology. So I just need to say that. I mean, we would certainly not be sitting on an opportunity to save $15 million if we thought that was at all credible, which we don't.
So thank you for the clarification, City Manager Mary. I do appreciate it. Then, if we don't have any other questions, Councilmember Martinez-Uben, you have a question, please.
Thank you. Yes, so I hope this is much simpler and translates to what it means when we have a project on one list or the other. On a day-to-day basis, residents take a look at the condition of our infrastructure, our facilities, and I often get questions related to the parks. When will the gopher holes be fixed? You know, how can we make the baseball field at Fernandez Park safer? Because it's not. And so when I see Park Master Plan here to be completed by June 30th, does it mean, or what does that mean for maintenance of the parks? Is that, are we waiting for the results for the completion of this master plan before proceeding? Because that's the level at where, you know, we get the questions. And I'll just take that as one of the simpler examples here. But my question is about that.
Yeah, so even in your simple example, there's some complexity. So take Pinole Valley Park. There are multiple challenges with that facility. One of them is gopher infestation in the soccer field, right? So that's not reflected in the capital improvement plan. In our maintenance operating activities, we've hired a vendor to do gopher control. So that's not reflected in the CIP. There was also a CIP project that was recommended to rehabilitate the soccer field and the baseball fields. But that was we determined that we were going to put that on hold pending the park master plan, because there was some question about whether there should be, you know, as many playing fields as there are, or there should be a bigger dog run. So prior to doing the renovation of some of those fields, we and the council, as part of the discussion of the last CIP, decided that we wait for the parks master plan. So yes, so the CIP doesn't reflect everything that the city is doing to maintain its facilities. It's just those capital projects.
Yes, thank you. And I want to say I appreciate that the report and also the presentation this evening shows the different aspects of how you have determined which projects go on one side or the other of this particular slide under the header of giving priority to projects, the different conditions, which in my view is almost like having done this very, very high level project management plan, because there are matters that affect the sequence of events. And what I'm referring to in particular are the bulleted statements that appear on page 261 of 365 of our packet, which speak to the dependency on completion of precursors prior to, you know, before further progress, etc. So thank you for presenting that there, and also for the slide that you showed earlier as a visual of the same concepts.
Thank you, Councilmember Martinez-Uben. Councilmember Thomas, do you have any questions?
Just the only question is, are you looking for a decision from us about the senior center parking lot that has different alternatives?
Yeah, yes, we are. And I'm happy to pull up any of the pictures or any pages from the memo if we need to do that.
Thank you. That's all I had.
Thank you. Councilmember Murphy, do you have another question?
Yeah, I'm just wondering, given this presentation and given where we are, can you explain what the result of inaction from tonight's council meeting would be? Or I guess action that is not moving the conversation forward. I'm just a little confused because we're where we are right now anyway. So I'm just wondering, I guess maybe I should clarify, what's the action or what's the recommendation you all are asking? And then can you explain the effect of that not going into effect?
So the first one is to get direction on the senior center design, on the build out, so that we can continue progressing through the design. So that's one. And then the second is staff's recommendation on deferral of these projects on the left and moving forward with the right. Not taking no action on the senior center auxiliary parking lot would just halt that project. We wouldn't be able to really move forward unless we knew what your preferred alternative was or what we should go back and explore. We're happy to come back and bring more information. Secondly, if you don't make a decision to defer now for the projects recommended on the left, I think we'd like direction on how you want us to return, or if we could bring more information to you so that it can help us prioritize the work that we do between now and the end of the year to move some of these projects. And I'd also like to clarify, the projects on the right are things that have already started. They're multi-year efforts, and we are not saying that any one of these or all of them will be completed by June 30th. Some of them will, but I just want to clarify that I don't want the public to assume all the projects, the 17 projects listed on the right, are going to be completed by June 30th.
Thank you for that clarity.
So I will turn it to public comments, please. I'm sorry, Councilmember Thoms, your hand raised? No? Public comments. Yeah, Thoms.
Yeah, sorry. Just returning to the senior center alternatives, can you just run through, just help me clarify what the alternative design with MCE EV funding is? $279,379, and that is without panels?
I'm sorry, so let me clarify. So the MCE funding and presented with either the full build out of the alternative refers to 5 level 2 charging ports and the discount and the rebate that we can get for each port for a total of $15,000. So that's just for the EVs. As it relates to the solar, to have the parking lot be solar ready, not solar installed, it's an additional $160,600. And of course, based on what council directs us to do tonight, we can come back with additional information. If the desire is to move in the solar direction or both, then we can come back with additional information. We didn't want to progress on the design until we kind of got a preliminary idea of what the preference of the council was.
Okay, so if I can just clarify, so the scenario would be full build out plus the alternative line? Or
so it'll be two separate build out. So it's the full alternative or the alternative build out. And as I mentioned earlier, the full alternative involves fully paving the lot, striping, lighting, landscaping, stormwater retention, installation of EV stations. The alternative is a gravel lot, doesn't trigger the stormwater retention and capture, and then you have the option of either including EV or not including it. And I believe our consultant, Julia, just had her hand up, so she might want to add something clarifying to that.
I did want to clarify one thing. To make the parking lot EV ready, it's actually a very small incremental cost depending on what we do, whether that be simply install the conduits that would be necessary, or not EV ready, right, solar ready. So that's a very small incremental cost, so long as it's just the conduits. If we wanted to do a full solar installation, that's where we're looking at the $160,000.
Okay, thank you.
And I just also want to clarify that the table that's presented in the memo, that does not include solar. So the solar is an additional cost that's noted in the memo.
Okay, thank you. I will then move on to public comments, please.
Rafael Menace.
So, I guess there's two parts to this. The first part is which parking option do you want to select for the Fowler adjunct to the Senior Center lot? And I guess a major concern that I'd have with the gravel alternative is the practicality of gravel for, senior citizens using it to get to and from the senior centers. As I imagine that's going to be a lot of the usage of the Fowler adjacent lot. It's going to be more difficult to move stuff like wheelchairs, people with worse balance, that sort of thing. So that'll be a major concern. With regards to the sort of second half of this, what projects are delayed or maintained, I've got questions about FA 1702, PA 2101, and SS 2101 in particular. So the secondary clarifier center column rehabilitation, I believe, was flagged as a pretty high urgency thing, but it seems like it's just getting delayed for later. Likewise, redoing the city's roofs seems like it would be a pretty high urgency thing, and we've already gone through most of it. It's been a multi-year project that's been funded over several years, but apparently it needs to be delayed. So I'm curious about that. And then finally, I'm curious whether the compacting trash bins are linked to the parks master plan, or if there's some other reason they're not being installed. Because I know that resources were explicitly set aside in the budget to install them. Let's see. And I believe pretty much everything else I can understand why dependency on precursor projects or other capital projects or grants or coordination or limited staff resources would explain why, but those three in particular I'm not as sure about. And finally, I wanted to follow up on something that Director Mishra said. If I'm understanding it right, it sounds like the first two digits after the two letters in a project designation indicate the year that it was made. So FA 1702 means that it started in 2017 and PA 21 started in 2021. And so SS 2101, the secondary clarifier rehabilitation, would also have started in 21. Is that correct, or am I misunderstanding? Thank you.
Thank you. Next citizen who wish to talk, please.
Ordell Handler.
Can you hear me, Roxanne?
Yes.
Good. So, good evening, Mayor Salimi, council members. My name is Pinole Handler, and I'm a Richmond resident, and I will try to keep this short because I know it's approaching almost 11. So, and Raphael took some of the comments that I was going to prepare, that I was going to ask. So I really enjoyed the presentation. So my recommendation is for them to come back with more detailed information on the costs and that type of thing. So I will save my comments for 12A and 12B. That's it.
Any other comments, please?
No, Mayor, there are no more public comments.
Thank you. It's 11:53, and I close the public comment section of that conversation, and I would like to ask a council member to make a motion to extend the meeting past 11 o'clock, please. Mayor Pro Tem, you're muted, sir.
I'll move to 11:30, Mayor.
Thank you.
To extend the meeting to 11:30.
Thank you. And seconded by Councilmember Tev. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
No.
Councilmember Toms.
Yes.
Councilmember Tave.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy.
Yes.
Mayor Salimi.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. before we start the conversation, I would like have staff to provide us the directions, break down those directions because there's more than one direction. First, can we discuss the first direction you're recommending to city council members, please? Can you please state the first direction, please?
So the first direction
yes. Go ahead.
is to defer certain projects, and then basically for us to determine which projects are going to move forward this fiscal year. And then the second is to get council direction on the preferred build out for the senior center parking lot design.
Thank you. We'll start with the first one, deferral of the projects. And now this is where I will, any conversation on deferral of the project, please. Councilmember Tave.
Yeah, I'd like staff to come back with a little bit more information as to how to prioritize these, and a little bit more discussion on the deferred projects. And I'd like to handle the senior center first. It seems like we can get that done in 30 minutes if possible. I'm just making that as a suggestion, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. What about the senior center? Restate again.
I'm sorry. I think that we can get to resolution on the senior center and give staff direction a little bit quicker than the deferred projects and the projects that we're going to move forward. So I'm asking if we could swap those two, come to resolution on the senior center. We have 30 minutes, so I just want to make sure that if, as we move past this, if we can get some of the direction out there.
Okay, I hear you.
Just a suggestion.
I hear you. I just want to keep it. I will switch it. I will open the item related to senior center. Councilmember Tave, please go ahead.
So I would ask if staff can give us the options. I'm in favor of the full build out. That's my opinion. But I know that staff had some other options. I think gravel, one of the public comments, I had that same thought about access. If somebody's, inability, right, to navigate across gravel, and there's also a large amount of maintenance after it rains, there starts to become an issue how quickly staff, it might be just more of a burden rather than just paving it. So I'm in favor of full build out with the solar ready option and the charging stations installed.
Second that.
Thank you. Any question about that specific motion, Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Murphy?
I was originally going to speak, but I am in favor of that and happy to support that motion.
Thank you. So roll call, please.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin?
Yes.
Councilmember Toms?
Yes.
Councilmember Tave?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy?
Yes.
Mayor Salimi?
Yes.
Motion carries.
I will come back to the first discussion that we had about the deferral of the project. Councilmember Tave suggested to come back at a different time with a list of understanding how this project have been prioritized. And then I will stay on that conversation. Mayor Pro Tem Murphy, please. We're discussing about deferring the project.
Thank you. So I wanted to circle back actually, and I was hoping between some of the comments Mayor Salimi you made with regard to the Gantt chart, I would like to circle back to that conversation. I think I was asking questions that between what you said and then City Manager Murray, you mentioned something about an assessment widely of our city facilities. So I think I'm just trying to put this very simplistically, and I think this is why this conversation is so important to me. Our capital improvement plan is actually one of the most important processes we have in the city. But also at the same time, I think it lacks process outside of our approval as a council. And so one of my challenges tonight, as well as not only providing and receiving information, but also providing direction, is such that I'm having a hard time going back to my constituents and talking to them about why we're making these decision points. And I don't like being in that position. I don't think that is beneficial to myself or any one of us. So I would like to think about how we can create some type of metrics before moving forward with the deferred projects. I do trust staff, and I want to thank you for your work on it. I also think that there needs to be a little bit more of a unit, or I think matrix or rubric of some sort to showcase and demonstrate these projects and why they're being deferred. I look back to things like the Branch Street improvements and think about like how an entire street came out to this council meeting several times, perhaps after being dismissed in the past or given misinformation in the past. And I feel like this is the time now more than ever to have that intervention into this project. So I feel like I would like to explore, Mayor Salimi, some of the ideas you had as motions in terms of giving staff direction. Because I'm familiar with Gantt charts. I don't know if everybody is, but I think that would be a helpful visual moving forward to have, especially when talking about the CIP. City Manager Murray, you mentioned something about this like broad assessment, and I value the strategic planning you're bringing. I want to make sure to be able to elaborate and explain that to the public, and I don't feel like I'm able to do that with this current set of projects. And then I also feel that there are certain aspects of urgency, particularly around like our facility infrastructure, the climate emergency resolution, health emergency resolution we passed, that's not necessarily reflected in the deferred that doesn't showcase the urgency of those projects in the deferred projects. So I'm a little hesitant to take action right now because of that lack of information, but I would like to actually explore this more often than our quarterly time that we explore this. So I'm just, my comment is more so to speaking to the mayor. Can you wrestle some of those ideas and let us run, if that's okay with council, let us kind of run with those type of ideas and see if we can provide direction that way.
Yeah, yes. Thank you. Council Member Mayor Pro Tem Murphy. So one item I was suggesting is to have an understanding of having a Gantt chart that will probably tell us the story for the last 5 years of those capital improvement projects, on when those projects were supposed to start go as far as 2017, when they were supposed to start. 2017 will be the baseline. 2017 will be the baseline. As of the beginning of 2017, what were the capital improvement projects? What were the start date and what were the finish date that was anticipated? And we go for the next 5 years and we update those on where those capital improvement projects started and where they are on a yearly basis as an updated schedule. We can have 5 of them from 2017 to 2022. And then the council will be able to clearly understand and see how every single capital improvement project has shifted from an annual basis from 2017 to 2022. And then from there, the council will be able to determine what's the cause of the delay. Is that because we don't have enough resources? If we don't have enough resources, then the council can revise the budget allocated to the resources for the city council, for the public work department. Or is that because we don't have contractors to do the work? But it's hard for us to tell and move forward. Deferring project that will come back again next year, that will be deferred again. And I feel like the same project are being deferred for the last 5 years. That was one recommendation. Councilmember Thompson and Martinez-Ruben, please go ahead.
Yeah, I think that would be useful information to have. However, I'm just wondering about devoting staff resources to go through this kind of exercise, and what more projects are going to be delayed because we're pulling them off projects and having them answer this question. So, if we have like a contract engineer or, someone who's not our staff, consultant that can pull that together, I think that'd be useful. But if not,
I think we have Anchor CM, as City Manager Murphy's Murray stated.
Okay.
Can help us with that. I don't know. City Manager Murray, do you think the construction management firm can take a dig at that and help us?
Yeah, I do wonder if maybe we should start at a more recent year. So, none of those of us who are now involved in capital projects at the city were here 5 years ago. So I'm not sure we're going to be able to divine what the cause of any delay was. But a couple of us were here 2 years ago. So I think it makes sense to maybe start from that period, because we'll have some firsthand knowledge of what happened on those projects. I don't know whether Anchor CM would be, is interested in doing that. I think it is something, if we make it a shorter time period we're looking at, that's something staff can pull together.
Thank you, City Manager Murray. We don't have to provide us the reason why they were delayed. I just want to see how many years this project have been delayed, and that would help the City Council to understand. If we can have a Gantt chart just to tell us the history of the last 5 years, and I don't expect the city staff to come back with an explanation, just for the cities to understand, the council.
I will take a stab at it. If I need help from the consultants, I'll reach out to them, but I will devote some time.
And I'll be happy to help. If you need my help, I'll be happy to help you to put the schedule together. Councilmember Tave.
I just want to reiterate, I know everyone's new, relatively new, and I agree with Mayor Salimi, only because in 17, 18, we got on at 18, and there were delays, right? We have to understand where we are, right? For good or for bad, where we are, where these projects are, and be able to explain that to our constituents and to the city as to why we're here. If there's no explanation in 18, that's what it is, but we know that there's that delay, and get a really good understanding of how to move forward. And I think that I know council's responsibility is to make those decisions and to help and assist staff with those decisions and direction. So this in no way is a reflection on the staff we have. I can speak for myself, I trust your ability. I just need to be able to explain why the delays have been happening. And I think City Manager Murray, you explained that perfectly, right? There are all these challenges. Nisha, I think you explained that perfectly. There are a lot of challenges that are influencing why these projects haven't been completed. But if we could see them in full, then we could try to help and create that. I think somebody mentioned a rubric of how we're prioritizing that. Then I think that explanation can happen in a public forum like this, so that everyone has a full understanding of where we are. And we have small wins. Something that Councilmember Martinez-Rubin mentioned, because when I'm at the park, I hear the same thing. Why do the benches look like this? So there are small things that we can do as a city that have a really big impact. I think, City Manager, you mentioned there was some damage done to a park in Pinole Valley Park. And that small fix, although it was small, it wasn't repaired, but it was a small fix that people appreciated. And so I think that there's those small wins that we can get along the way while we try to tackle these larger projects. But I think that if by us putting it in front of us, we're really going to be able to have a better discussion. And I just want to thank Director Mishra just for taking a stab at it. I mean, it's not going to be perfect. I don't think anybody has that expectation, but it will kind of paint that picture for us. And so I just want to say thank you to staff, and look forward to seeing some of that information coming back.
Thank you, Councilmember Tate, Councilmember Martinez-Rubin, and Councilmember Murphy. And then if we can move on with some direction, it's getting late. I would appreciate it. Thank you, Councilmember Martinez-Rubin.
Thank you. Yes, I'm laughing because I'm trying to keep myself awake. Here's another approach to creating a visual. Perhaps it's not, because I think it is important to understand why. And I think the answer boils down to the different categories that you've already described as affecting how, what priority the projects are given. But short of that, a combination. In the 2 years, or the time frame, the more limited time frame, City Manager Marie, that you suggested, we've all received emails of one type of complaint, if you will, or another, and they tend to be related somehow to some of these projects. So having also an explanation that helps the public understand why certain smaller kinds of projects, smaller kinds of problems aren't addressed, I think is what it helps us not only understand that from your perspective as staff, but also help us inform the public about why certain things don't move as fast as any of us would want them to see, to come to resolution. And then those complaints, those emails tend to be around similar themes. Goes down to the street lighting and street composition or the lack of it. There are common situations that we face, and they don't necessarily appear as a project on the CIP, but they are very much related to that. So I think that perhaps is a narrative, maybe not so much the visual. I think the visual, of course, helps because it's just another way of seeing what you have attempted to describe and explain to us in written format. So that would be, great, and that's just another way that we all learn. But I wouldn't discount or neglect to also offer the smaller kinds of things, or at least what we think is small, but really isn't, or the public believes is an easy fix, but really isn't. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Martinez-Ruben. I don't see any other hand raised. So if I summarize and understand everybody, the direction that we would like to provide to staff is to defer this item until further discussion, and what we are providing and asking to staff is two things: to provide us a schedule, a baseline schedule starting 2017 going until 2022 on those deferred projects with the started and finished date and how they have been deferring on and how they shifted from 2017 to 2022 on a yearly basis. We don't need to have an explanation on those, but we will probably ask for an explanation for the last 2 years, for the year of 2021 and for the year of 2022. So, and I'll be happy to help. So that will include the list of the project that staff is recommending to defer on page 261 out of 365. We will go back as far as 2017, set the baseline in 2017, the started and finished date, and we'll move on until 2022 on a yearly basis. And we'll defer them on a yearly basis how they get shifted, and we'll provide an explanation just for the year 2022 and 2021. Is that what I understood correctly, correct?
Just a question. You are looking only for those projects we are trying to defer.
Yes,
not the
please.
project. Okay. So we don't have to. Okay.
I just stated what I understood, but I have not made a motion here. And I see two hands raised. Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Murphy.
I was just affirming verbally that was, I'm in support of that. I know there's no motion on the table, but that sounds great to me. If possible, the next round, I would ask for the current projects that we have to also have that chart as well. But I think we're taking baby steps, and I'm hoping that this will come back to us sooner than, soon again.
Thank you, Councilmember Martinez-Ruben. No, your hand is not raised anymore. So if I can have a council member make a motion in a second and move forward.
Mayor, I think it'd be best if you make the motion. I'm happy to.
I'll make a motion to have a Gantt chart summarizing the list of deferred item on page 261 out of 265, with the baseline starting at the year 2027, and an updated schedule showing the start and finish date for the year 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021, and 2022. And I would like staff to provide us an explanation of why those projects get pushed for the year 2022 and the year 2021.
No second.
Thank you. Roll call. Any questions? None? Roll call.
Councilmember Martinez-Ruben?
Yes.
Councilmember Toms?
Yes.
Councilmember Tave?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy?
Yes.
Mayor Salimi.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Excellent, motion carries. Thank you very much. And again, I'll be more than happy to help with P6 or Microsoft project if you need my help.
No, I'm good with that. Before we close, can I just answer a question raised by Mr. Manis regarding the nomenclature of the projects?
Yes, please, go ahead.
And it is correct, the first two digits as it is shows in the project number there, such as FA 1703, that means it is belongs to the facilities, and this project was first put in the CIP in the year 2017. That's one question, and I believe he had a question regarding the secondary clarifier center column rehabilitation. He said that that was very urgent and why that was deferred. Because of the new planned improvement, that particular clarifier is now not in operation. So that is why we could defer the project. The new plant upgrade was completed in 2019, and this project has been there for a while. So we can wait for that particular clarifier is not in operation right now, and we can wait for a little more time. So that's why we deferred it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Councilmember Tate, you have your hand raised. I'm going to close item 11C.
Yeah, I was, my hand raised for item 12. So I guess if you close out and then we can.
Thank you. I close item 11, all business, and I'll move on to item 12A, provide direction on potential ballot measure to become a charter city and enact a real estate property transfer tax. And tonight we will have City Manager Murray to make the presentation. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Mayor, if I could, before we get started, I'd like to continue new business to our next meeting. I think it's 11:30, and you know, this conversation really needs to be made, you know, in the front of the meeting, or at least, you know, maybe next meeting we can take 12. Because this is a pretty in-depth conversation, and I just want to make sure that we can have that discussion, you know, amongst council and staff and the citizens. I just think at 11:30, this is a pretty big bite right here to take off the apple. Maybe we should table it. So I'm going to make a motion to, if I could, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, I understand. If I may, Councilmember Tate, I think there's some specific deadline that we need to meet, and I will, before you make a motion, I will ask staff if they need specific deadlines and direction to be provided by a due date for the council to be able to move forward to put it in the measure. If you were to defer it by another 2 weeks, how that would impact our schedule? City Manager Murray.
Sure, happy to weigh in on that, although actually this item is, the presentation of this item is going to be led by the city attorney and the finance director, so I'll give them the opportunity to respond to that if they'd like.
Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If the city wants to move forward a ballot measure, then we really do need direction sooner rather than later. You know, the dates that are critical, which is the 2 public hearings and actually putting the measure on the ballot, is not until a few months from now. What's really impacted would be our ability to bring on board any consultants. If there was an interest in doing any polling or anything like that, we would really need some direction in the short term on those particular items. That's not required. It's more of a preference and a recommendation. So if this were to move to March 1st, I think that's workable. It just compresses everything, and it's gonna it might jeopardize our ability to retain a consultant and get them on board if that's the direction of the council. But I do appreciate the concerns raised, and it is late, and this is a very important item, I think, for everyone and for the community. So, but those are the time constraints. I think we could get it done on March 1st if needed.
If I may, thank you to the attorney, if I may offer an option, if the city council decides that it wants to take the next step in this process, then one next step would be to hire a firm to do some research of community priorities. And so taking that step of hiring a firm to do that research, which might include some polling, doesn't commit the city to moving forward with a ballot measure. It's just an information gathering process. So if the city council would like, city council can provide direction tonight for staff to proceed to identify a consultant who could do that work. Staff would just do that legwork, and then if the city council talks about this issue at its next meeting, the city council could confirm council direction to actually execute a contract with a firm like that. So we could begin, that would be the next step in this process if city council wanted to move forward with it. So city council can provide direction for staff to take those steps, but it wouldn't be committing any money to that, so it wouldn't be a final decision on that. That's just one option for the city council to consider.
Thank you, City Manager Murray. Thank you, City Attorney Kasher. So at this moment, I understand many of us are tired, but we're also in a time-constrained environment, and if we were to lose 2 weeks, it would be problematic. So, City Manager Murray, can you please make your presentation? I'm sorry, see, Councilmember Tape, do you still want to table that discussion to a different meeting? Or would you like Councilmember, City Manager Murray to finish it and then provide direction to hire somebody? Well, then we can discuss it for the next meeting.
Right, so Mr. Mayor, we would still need to have, we could have public comment and maybe give that minor direction, but again, that's still going to require a discussion. I understand the importance of this. I don't mind moving forward. I just, this is going to be very difficult for us to have a larger discussion about it. I just want to make that point. If everybody feels comfortable moving forward, we can do that too. I just see this as extremely important, and
it is. I hear you, and
I'm kind of torn here because I feel like we're going to be pushing into midnight.
Okay.
No.
I hear you. Councilmember Thoms? You are muted, man. I cannot hear you.
Thanks. That's because I'm tired. I'd like to defer 12A and 12B and go to the second phase of our public citizens to be heard, because I can't really go past 11:30.
I have had a conversation both with the city manager and the city attorney in the past when I was setting the agenda together, and time is of the essence. I did not share it with you, but what city manager Murray and Kasher stated tonight is correct. Just want the council to be aware of it. We are not in an environment where we have a lot of float on that specific project. And for any reason, if something else were to be pushed because the consultant was not able to provide us with pooling on time, that will jeopardize the success of this ballot machine at the end of the year. I just want to let you know that it's not much that I can control, but I can control us staying longer. Councilmember Martinez-Ruben.
Thank you, Mayor. This somewhat reminds me of the pressure that I think some of you felt when we were talking about a budget last June and trying to meet a deadline and just piling on pieces of information that now, even just a while ago, having a presentation about how a lot of the projects, I shouldn't say most, but a lot of the projects that were suggested really haven't started because we weren't thoughtful about those suggestions. And tiredness and time pressure does not make for a very thoughtful discussion. And it's in contrast to, I think, what we've all been attempting to do, which is to be thoughtful in our approach in how we make decisions. It's hard enough when we think we are, and then these other circumstances. So I have to tell you that. It's just kind of remind me of what we were trying to do last summer before the budget deadline, and then, here we are experiencing the consequences. So not a good thing.
City Attorney Cashel, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I did want to just mention the real critical dates for us are we need to conduct a first public hearing by June 7th, and we would need to conduct a second public hearing by July 12th. The ballot measure would need to then be sent to the county in August. So we do have time. I conferred with Assistant City Attorney Bogg, who is actually going to be presenting this evening, and he's here to present. He's done all the research on this, and he's prepared to present, but we could do this on March 1st if needed and still be able to move this forward. Again, it just creates more of a time crunch around some of the retention of consultants, but we can do it. I just wanted to mention that. I think it's important. This is time sensitive, but this is a very big discussion that I do think merits, more than 30 minutes or 40 minutes. The presentation alone it's going to be a little bit long because there's a lot to present.
Excellent, thank you. So Councilmember Tave, please go ahead with the motion.
So, yeah, I think I'm gonna, I'm torn, but I know that after hearing the comments, we need to make sure we have this discussion and a full discussion. I just had one question. We mentioned polling, and is this polling specific to, I guess, obviously specific to the transfer tax, but is there any other questions or, could council come to some type of resolution just to say, okay, staff, here's direction to move forward with polling, whether we move forward with the transfer tax or not?
City Manager Murray.
Looks like City Attorney Cashel had some thoughts he wanted to share, or I'm happy to respond.
Through the mayor, I'll just offer that if we move this to March 1st, that's really 2 weeks. It's not that far from now. We can start doing some preliminary research on consultants who can do polling for us. I think we already have a few in mind. So we could get the ball rolling on this just to position ourselves best. If it is the council's direction to move this forward, there's not a whole lot that we'll be able to do just from a practical standpoint within 2 weeks. We won't have a consultant retained by then, and we won't really be able to do a whole lot. So I think the 2 weeks, we'll be able to move this forward with a 2 week delay. Again, it's just going to create a little bit of a crunch on the back end.
What direction do you need right now to help you, please?
I think we're okay as long as we move this to the date certain of March 1st, and we get this item discussed and provide direction on March 1st. I think we're good.
So can I make the motion, Mr. Mayor, to continue this item 12A and 12B to a date certain of March 1st, and with the caveat that staff will do some research for polling companies and be able to present something on March 1st.
Yes, any second, please. Second by Councilmember Thomas. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Yes.
Councilmember Toms.
Yes.
Councilmember Tave.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy.
Yes.
Mayor Salimi.
Yes.
Motion carries, and Mayor will need a motion to extend the meeting beyond 11:30. Thank you.
Yes, we will. If I can have a motion to extend beyond 11:30, we have just a few items left, and we'll be able to close the meeting.
I'll move to 11:35.
I think we need a little more than 5 minutes, Council Mayor Pro Tem.
I thought we were gonna. Okay. Give me a time. I'm sorry.
I would say 11:50. We should be done before that.
11:50. So moved.
Second.
Second.
Roll call.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Sure.
Toms.
Yes.
Tave.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy.
Yes.
Mayor Salimi.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. That concludes item number 12, new business. I will move on to item number 13, citizen to be heard, please.
Mayor, did we table or did we continue?
Yes, item 12A and 12B. That's correct.
Okay, I thought I heard the motion as 12A only.
Councilmember Tate, do you confirm it was 12A and B,
It was
correct?
12A and 12B.
Okay. Thank you. Let's move on. Item number 13, citizen to be heard. Madam City Clerk, do we have any citizens that wish to talk tonight that did not talk previously?
Yes, we have Rafael Menace.
Greetings again. I'll be brief here, sort of going over various different things. First off, with regards to the risks of COVID-19, I believe one commenter at some earlier point mentioned it was basically as risky as the flu. I would note that there was a study published on January 7th, 2022, titled Long-Term Cardiovascular Outcomes of COVID-19 in Nature, that indicated that in an unvaccinated population of predominantly white veterans, there were significantly increased negative cardiovascular outcomes controlled for just about everything. So we don't know whether that sort of thing is reflected in the vaccinated population due to the time frame of the study, but I do think that's a point of concern for people to consider in their personal risk tolerance of whether they're wearing masks or not. Secondarily, I'd note that the effectiveness of vaccination wanes over time, which is why we call for people to take the booster shots. If you look at the Contra Costa County overview dashboard, you'll see, for example, looking at case data, that, once this thing loads here, you have a vaccination rate at the peak roughly around January 8th. The unvaccinated rate was 397.8. The fully vaccinated without booster rate was 254.6, and the fully vaccinated with booster rate was 117.6 per 100,000. So even if you are vaccinated, if you haven't been boosted, you're still at risk without a mask. And even if you have been boosted, it still probably is a good idea to wear a mask. And finally, with regards to the second motion on fireworks, I wanted to make a comment there because it was drifting a bit away from what was originally on the agenda. So I didn't comment on it because I didn't know that a democracy circle was going to be coming up for discussion. It wasn't there. So the point that I wanted to make there and that I'm making now is it's going to be challenging drawing a line between political and non-political purposes. Like, let's say, for example, you don't want candidates to use city funded stuff, fine.
30 seconds left, Mr. Menace.
Committees. So, for example, 501c4s, like for government, does include nonprofits that might be seen as political. If there's a ballot measure on the results of the Free House and the Pinole for Fair Government and the Pinole Historical Society are on separate sides, is that political? Does that mean neither of them can have tables, even though they've historically had tables? I think the city should carefully consider the potential First Amendment implications.
Thank you, sir.
Of that before making it.
We did not put the timer on time, but I added on my end and 3 minutes up. Next person, please.
Just doing one last check, Mayor. There are no more public comments.
Thank you. No more public comments. That concludes item number 13. And I would like to move on to item number 14. I would like to adjourn to the regular City Council meeting of March 1st, 2022 in remembrance of Member Schwartz. Thank you very much. We have done a lot tonight. Have a great evening and see you in 2 weeks. Bye-bye.
Good night, everybody.